the people began to get fed up of him because he was taking away their popularity. Those who were supposedly religious, those who had followers, their followers were now slowly talking about this messenger who came with this miracle, that miracle. He was the talk of the town. That created jealousy in the hearts of some of these people who had rejected him. So they hatched a plan. What was the plan? They went to the king of the time and they told him, there is a man called Jesus of Bethlehem. This Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, he is saying this and saying that, and his eyes are on your kingdom. He wants your seat. In fact, he is going around saying he is the king. Now this is blasphemy. This is incorrect. Lies, jealousy, a plan and a ploy. This king, without finding anything out, nothing at all, he decides we can sort him out. By doing what? Send our men, look for him. Now, I have not made mention of all the difficulties suffered by Jesus. We have not gone into those details where the people made him suffer, but he was calm. He was very, very calm, very forgiving. He never wanted to revenge anybody. No one, not at all. He just continued with his work, and he was always positive, not negative. And every time there was an opportunity to call people towards the old disciples knew where he was. And I'm mentioning to you one narration. The disciples knew where he was. There was one of the disciples, the name given is Judas Iscariot. Allah knows best who exactly he was, but one of the disciples. And he decided to become a traitor. In fact, Shaitan overtook him. The devil overtook him, and he led the men of this king and the Jewish people who were behind wanting to murder Jesus, may peace be upon him, to the room where he was. And there was a little window. So as this one man goes in to confirm that Jesus is in the room, who was he? He was the disciple. They sent him in, you go and confirm that he is in the room. This man goes into the room, and he is now a traitor. Yet, he's supposed to be a disciple. He goes into the room, and he is asking Isa alayhi salam, he's just confirming that he is there. And at that moment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala changed the face of Judas, so it became the face of Jesus, and Allah took Jesus away through that window, gone up into the heavens, in the proper form of the human being that he was.
Hey, bravo, 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 bravo. Allah took him from the window. Bravo, bravo. Shalom, everybody. Peace of Christ to all of you. I hope my voice is coming good and clear. And if it's not, that's mean somebody did pee in your ears. Prophet Muhammad said, Shaitan, he piss in the ears of a Muslim, sleep in his nose, and jump in his mouth when he is yawning. No problem. Now today, our story about the crucifixion of Jesus. And you know the Muslims, they have stories nobody has. If we ask this Abdul, where do you get a story from? I will tell you. I'm going to give you a reference which nobody can debunk. Who? Like, we are proud of it. That's Ali Dawah. That's debunked person, the one who said a scientific miracle is a lie. It doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Hold on. What, you know, did your prophet even mention this story? Yeah, Abdul. Where do you get these stories from? Somebody put it in your book. But who? Allah knows best. As you heard this guy saying, a guy, his name is Judah. And Allah knows best who is he. But how you know yourself about Judah? Did your prophet mention even his name? And the brothers and sisters, this guy, Judah, he decided to become disciple. So he joined, you know, like, okay, hey Jesus, I'm going to join your, you know, okay, I will be disciple, huh? He was sent by the Mossad. So he went inside, brother, and then he went to the king. Which king? The king of the Roman. And what he told the king, this guy is going to take your chair. Who is this guy? Well, his name is Jesus. Okay, how I can find him? Follow me, follow me. And the brother, this person, he entered the room where Jesus is. And then the second he entered the room, am I heard, guys? Is my voice good? Somebody's saying my mic have a problem. What do you mean my mic have a problem? You have a problem, not my mic. So the second he entered the room, Allah, he put the look of Jesus on the guy. And he took Jesus from the window. You notice here how important the window is. Because if there's no window, Allah cannot take Jesus. In different story, it says he took him from the roof. Hold on. What happened? What happened? Say again, say again.
Very, very calm, very forgiving. He never wanted to revenge anybody.
So why Muhammad want to revenge everybody? I mean, isn't it, it's supposedly Isa is a Muslim? Isn't it the stupid Quran says that Allah will heal the breast and the boobs of the Muslims by revenge? So how come he's a Muslim? He just said he didn't want to revenge anybody. Where did he learn this from? That doesn't sound like a Muslim for me. He forgave everybody. Yeah, that's like Muhammad. Okay, what happened? What happened?
No one, not at all. He just continued with his work, and he was always positive, not negative.
Always positive, you know, not negative. So what happened to Muhammad? He tried to commit suicide from the top of the high mountain. Is that positive or negative? Like when Muhammad, he went to the top of the mountain many times, trying to throw himself. Was that positive or negative? Continue.
And every time there was an opportunity to call people towards the old disciples knew where he was.
Somebody cut the video. I don't know. This is not me. I'm just playing video on YouTube as it is. But somebody cut it.
And I'm mentioning to you one narration.
One narration. Because we Muslim, we have tons of stories about the same person, about the same incident. Each story have different director, different actors, different lighting, different audio, Dolby system. What do you mean one narration? I mean, how many times the story happened? Either it happened once or it never happened. So how come you Muslims have many narration for the story? And each one of them is different. Tell us more. One narration. He's telling us one narration. The rest, later.
The disciples knew where he was. There was one of the disciples.
The disciples, they knew where he was. I mean, look at this intelligence. They are with him, Abdul. So what do you mean they were known? So they are with him in the room. According to your narration, if you open the book, you will see. They were there, all of them. They knew where he was. Aren't they supposedly, according to your narration, they are with him in the same room? And then Jesus says, who want to take my look? Look how the Muslims, they change the story. Every one of them had a different story of what happened to Jesus. According to different story, Jesus said, hey, who want to take my look so I can run away? What a hero. Who want to take my look? So they arrest him, crucify him, and I run. Jesus, where are you going? The heaven. So look, according to the story here, which obviously Mufti Menk like it. So this guy, disciples, they know where Jesus is. Okay, what happened next?
The name given is Judas Iscariot. Allah knows best who exactly.
Allah knows best who is he. We do not know. I mean, you just gave us the name, you idiot. What do you mean Allah knows best who is he? What do you want more? I mean, like, do you want his address, where he lives, how many kids he have? Allah knows best who is he. So you give us the first name and last name supposedly, and now Allah knows best who is he. Okay.
He was, but one of the disciples.
Wow.
And he decided to become a traitor. In fact, Shaitan overtook him. The devil overtook him, and he led the men of this king And the Jewish people who were behind wanting to murder Jesus, may peace be upon him, to the room where he was. And there was a little window. So as this one man...
Does that mean that Isa was so small? What do you mean little window? So how Isa was able to get from little window? He was so skinny, was he? What do you mean by little window? Little? Did he just say little? Well, little window will fit for little guy. But can you tell us more details? I mean, your story, it's very perfect, you know. It's like an Indian movie. You know, in the Indian movie, you will see the guy, he sent a bird. The bird have a letter to his beloved woman. She is a princess. He is poor, a farmer. And they agree to meet in the middle of nowhere secretly because her father will kill her if he knew. And then when they meet, suddenly there's 10,000 Indians appear in the background. And all of them, they are waving their hands, moving the same move and wearing the same clothes. How? Nobody knows. Little window. There's a little window. Is it like 40 by 40, 20 by 20, 15 by 15, 20 by 20? Can you provide us more details about this? And it's made from what? The Muslim, they knew everything. It's a little window. Okay.
And goes in to confirm that Jesus is in the room.
He went outside. The guy, wait for me. I want to check first if he is inside. Okay, I'm coming back.
Who was he? He was the disciple. They sent him in. You go and confirm that he is in the room. This man goes into the room. And he is now a traitor. Yet, he's supposed to be a disciple. He goes into the room. And he is asking Isa alayhi salam. He's just confirming that he's there. And at that moment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala changed the face of Judas. So it became the face of Jesus. And Allah took Jesus away through that window, gone up into the heavens, in the proper form of the human being that he was. Taken up, ascension of Jesus. This is the Islamic version of the Quran.
This is the Islamic version of the Quran. In the Quran, it says Allah will take him in the form of a human. I want to see the verse. I want to see it. It says, مُتَوَفِّيكَ وَرَافِعُكَ إِلَيْهِ. Where is it says, I will take you as a human and put you as a... What the heck is that? Anyway, just to continue. So, guys, he entered there, and right away Allah changed his face. I have a comment, but I'm going to leave it later so nobody will have diarrhea from laughing.
He was taken up completely, well before anybody could harm him. Allah says at the beginning, وَالسَّلَامُ عَلَيَّ. Peace be upon me, they won't harm me at all. Nothing.
Okay. Isa, he said, peace on me. It's not Allah who said peace on him. So Isa do not need protection of Allah. Isa, he said, according to him now, he said, Isa, peace on me. Therefore, nobody can harm him. Muhammad never say peace on me. Man, why I have guns in my home? I just say peace on me, nobody can harm me. Yeah, what must be Jesus, must be God then. He just say peace on me, and that's it, nobody can harm him. So how Muhammad died by poison rat from Walmart? And by the way, just to let you know, an update news, like the poison for rats in Walmart became more expensive, $11. $11. You know, it was 60 cents just, 20 years ago. The time of the Prophet is not even a cent. So Jesus said, peace be upon me, and that protect him from any evil. Let Muhammad die by poison. Okay. But here, I don't know if anyone noticed something. I will play it again to see if any of you want to help me. I want to play it little bit, not too much.
Allah took Jesus away through that window, gone up into the heavens in the proper form of the human. And he is asking Isa alayhi salam, he's just confirming that he's there.
I want you to focus with me in what he will say next. I want to see who of you is really smart. I mean, really smart.
And at that moment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala changed the face of Judas, so it became the face of Jesus. And Allah took Jesus away through that window, gone up into the heavens in the proper form of the human being that he was. Taken up.
Anyone notice how stupid the story here? This part specifically. Who wanna help me? Let us see. Who wanna help me? Who notice how stupid the story in this part? Okay, I will help you. I know the voice takes some time. Guys, the Romans do not know who's Jesus. And Judah want to confirm that this is Jesus. So now Allah made Judah look like Jesus. But the Romans do not know what Jesus looked like. Anyway. Oh boy. Abdul, he take the look of Jesus or not? Still didn't know how Jesus looked like. Secondly, he changed his face. What about his clothes? I mean, the guy he entered there. Just the face. He wanted to confirm that Isa is there, supposedly, and the disciples are with him. So now, how in the world they will know which one is Isa? You know? In fact, what will happen now? Those guys, the Roman, they will say, "What is the guy who will send him inside the room? Where did he go? We just sent someone inside. Where did he go? What the heck?" Now we'll show you another turtle. Muslims, they have a lot of turtle stories. This turtle is the best. Look at this. Okay, tell us what happened. What happened? He have his story today.
Oh. And this belief, of course, we find taught in Islam. It's there in the Quran. And
in the Quran? He didn't even know how to say the Quran. He said Quran. Since when the Quran become Quran? Karam bam bam, karam bam bam, ba bam bam bam, karam gam bam, karam bam bam, karam bam bam. Huh. It's Quran? Okay. I mean, turtle know best.
I want to read a passage from a very prominent early Christian bishop. His name is Ignatius. He's normally known in the church as Saint Ignatius of Antioch.
Yeah, you know, scratch it.
And he was martyred, actually. He was sent to Rome.
Did he just say he was murdered? Scratch it again, because that will make you look more stupid.
To be eaten by lions, apparently.
Did he just say that he was eaten by lions? That will make it even more stupid story. I mean, the comment he will make.
And en route to Rome from Antioch, which is a very big Roman city in the ancient world, it's hardly in existence today. It's found in modern Turkey.
It's not existed no more. Antioch does not exist. If you go in the map right now, you can't find it. It's not there. You know, the Turkey ate it. Turkey ate it.
Turkey, actually. On his way to Rome, he wrote 7 letters. And one of them,
not the 7, take a note,
tells us about the beliefs of some people that Jesus wasn't crucified.
Really? They tell us about some people. Tell us.
Now, this man, as I say, was a 1st century bishop. He was the 2nd or 3rd after Peter, according to some sources. And he was born in the early 30s AD. So around the time that Jesus left the scene. So
See? Muslims, take a note. We have this guy almost from the time Jesus just left the scene. This is not somebody came out after long. No. What else?
His life overlapped even with some of Jesus' disciples, like his brother James, for example, Jesus' brother James.
See, this guy, he is a real witness. Okay.
He was head of the church in Jerusalem, and we'll kind of come back to him in a minute. But in the meantime, let's go back to the letter I mentioned, found in this book, Early Christian Writings, published by Penguin Classics. And one of the letters...
His name is Penguin, the writer, Penguin. Not the bird, Penguin.
Is called his letter to the Magnesians. And in section 9, it says this. I'll read the passage and then I'll try and unpack it a bit, because it's not always very clear to modern ears what he might be saying. He says, "We have seen how former adherents of the ancient customs have since attained to a new hope." He's talking here about people who follow Judaism and becoming Christians, actually. "So that they have given up keeping the Sabbath." So these good people have given up keeping the Sabbath and now order their lives by the Lord's Day instead. Now, the Lord's Day in the Christian calendar, of course, is Sunday rather than Saturday. So they switched from the Jewish to the Christian calendar. Now, and then he says, "The day when life first dawned for us, thanks to him," meaning Jesus, "and his death. That death, though," Ignatius says, "though some deny it, is the very mystery which has moved us to become believers." That little phrase there, "though some deny," he's aware of people who call themselves Christians in the first century who deny that Jesus died on a cross.
What a scumbag you are. What a turtle you are. Not only your head look like a turtle, you are a truly a turtle brain. First of all, look what you did. You just throw a big poo-poo in the Quran. I just play Mufti Menk, confirming that someone looked exactly like Jesus, according to the Muslim version of the story, crucified. Which means what people saw, they saw the crucifixion of Jesus. What happened in the room, it happened only, there's nobody knows about it, only Allah knows. So you strip the Quran, say that the crucifixion happened, you donkey. And now you are making fun of the Quran. This is number one. Number two, you idiot. If you go to what it says in that letter, you will see that you are a scam. This is the story. This person, actually, in his own video, he said, this bishop was a very important person, as you see from the early Christians, confirmed Jesus, death. And not only that, he himself, he died. He's a martyr, which means he is willing. And actually, if you read what he said, you will see he is seeking to be martyred. He will be honored. He is saying, "Why you left me?" Because Christians have been killed left and right. So he was crying for it. So you will see that this liar here, when he speak about this story, you will find that this is not what it says. Let us see. We are here to get the Abdul busted, as usual. Let us see, where is, give me a second. This potato is reading of her book, actually. There's many idiot. They accuse this person that he was anti-Semitism. But how you can anti-Semitism and you are a person who follows Christ? How you can be anti-Semitism and you are a person who follows the disciple? Let us see, where is the letter as it is. Give me a second. I think I closed the page by mistake. Let us see. All right. Yeah, I think I. Here is the sentence. You will see here. Let me make the image so you can see all the text. Give me a minute. I'm not sure if you can see it all. Let me zoom out. I hope all the text is appearing. All right. No longer observing the Sabbath, but living in observant of the Lord's day, on which also our life has sprung up again by him, by his death, whom some deny, by which mystery we obtained faith. So what people deny, you idiot, that by Jesus' death, people will live. By Jesus' death, people will survive. By Jesus' death, people will have a new life. So our life, it changed by Jesus' death. Some they deny, not deny the death. They deny whatever the Christians they claim. And those are not the Christians, you donkey. So the stupid idiot, he is reading an article and supposed to have a book in his hand. But if you continue reading, you will see that they are not denying the death of Jesus. I mean, why they will deny it anyway? Same time, let us say for the sake of argument, what he is claiming is true. That means the Quran is false, because the Quran says that the Jews, they say, we killed Isa, the messenger of Allah, Isa, the son of Mary. If we go to the stupid Quran, yellow page of Muhammad, you will find this, the flying carpet book. Oops, we are typing in Arabic or English. This is the stupid Quran. Chapter 4, verse number 157, said, as we heard, the story of Menk, for sure. It's not what the Quran is saying, but the appearance of Jesus made in someone else. As you see. So when you're stupid, you say that there are some people, they say, or they deny his death, that mean no crucifixion happened. And nobody saw someone look like Jesus. Because remember, the whole story happened in, like as a secret. So the Roman and the Jews will not know that this is not Jesus. Do you understand? The whole story we heard from the stupid Mufti Menk, the purpose of it, that nobody will know that this is not Jesus. So the Roman arrested the man, which is supposedly he is Jesus, which Allah supposedly make him look like Jesus. They put him on the cross, and the Jews are witnessing. And this is why here it says, the Jews, they said, we killed the Messiah, Isa, not Jesus. There's no Jesus, by the way, the son of Maryam. And here you see some Muslim, they say to you, is it true there is someone in the cross was next to Jesus, his name is Jesus? Supposedly a Muslim, now he is getting smarter. He learned that from the stupid, what his name, Didat. But the stupid Didat, because he do not know his book, you're stupid, you donkey. It says in the Quran, Isa, the son of Maryam, the messenger of Allah. So how many person was in the cross? His name is Isa, and he is the Messiah, and he is the son of Maryam, and he is the messenger of Allah. This is when a smart Muslim try to be smart. But the problem is, we do not really have Christians who know how to debate Muslims. If you notice, when Christians they debate, let us say this guy, he said this, how a Christian would answer him? He will start reading for him. No, this is not true. No, Abdul, get him busted from his book. Those idiots, nothing can freak them out as much using their books. So when the stupid did that, he says something. Why you don't open the book, his book, and get him busted from his own book? Christians do not know how to debate. Like we saw a Christian just last week, Rashid and what his name? Spencer. They're asking the guy, if I'm out of Islam, you kill me. So what? This is how you prove Muhammad is stupid? What about you tell him about the flying carpet? What about telling him about how stupid he is when the sun set in murky water with the proof and reference? Who cares if he want to kill you or not? Is that really a debate? So in the Muslims, by the way, they love to debate about those stupid things. And I see them stupid. Why? Because we will say, okay, we will kill you. And like the whole world do not know that Muslim, they are joining ISIS and they do beheading. Until now, like you're killing, they will kill you is what the problem now. So what they focus, many Christians, they focus on Islam as a government, Islam as jihad, Islam as a politics, Islam. This is good to focus in that field alone. But if you want to debate Muslim to prove Islam to be false, that is not the reason to prove Islam to be false. Show them how stupid Muhammad is. Show them how stupid this story is. Get them busted with their own words. So this idiot in the video, he do not know that he just denied the Quran. Because if those people, they deny Jesus' death, that means deny the story here. Because remember, nobody saw how Allah made someone look like Jesus. The Roman get in the room, they saw Jesus. They took Jesus, they crucified Jesus, but the real Jesus he ran from the window. And this turtle, he is so excited, brother. The early Christians. Where it says the early Christians, same time. You idiot, you just said this is one of the early Christian himself. You just said even he was with James. He said that, right? This potato himself in the video, he says that this bishop, this is a great man, he was with James. And he was eaten by lions. Why in the world someone you prefer to die and to eat lions eat him, but he will not deny Jesus? Are you with me? Are we following people? Why someone want to believe that Jesus died? As you see, the same book he told us to read from, it says the Messiah death. His death. His death. So what the Messiah death will do? Will redeem us. And this person, he himself, he said that he was a murderer. Okay, well, he was a murderer for a lie. And he preferred to die and to be eaten by lions, because all what the Roman they do, by the way, they don't throw you to the lion right away to eat you. They ask you to deny Christianity, deny Jesus, they will let you go. As simple as that. Deny. And they knew that those Christians, they will never deny Jesus. Even the stupid Quran speak about the Christians in a story. I find it really amazing, prove Islam to be false. What is the story? A king, a Jewish king, according to the story, he made in the ground a big hole and he set fire in it. And he brought the Christians, the whole city, and he said to them, leave Christianity, I will let you live. Leave Christianity, I will let you live. They refuse. Deny the Messiah, I will let you live. They refuse. He burned them all alive. And this is a story in the Quran. So how in the world those Christians want to change the Bible, you donkey, when they prefer to die alive in your stupid Quran? Chapter 85, reading from verse number 1 to the first verse. Number 1 doesn't mean anything, actually. It's stupid. Muhammad just making a rap music. وَالسَّمَاءُ ذَاتُ الْبُرُوجِ. What does that mean? Don't ask. By the promised day. What does that mean? Don't ask. By the witness and the witnessed. Who are they? Don't ask. Where? Nobody knows. How? When? Who did? Nobody knows. Slain where of the men of the pit. The fire abundant in fuel, when they were seated over it, and were themselves witnesses to what they did to the believers. The Quran called those Christians believers. But this is when? Supposedly this is not long time before Muhammad. What kind of people those who they are willing to die and not to deny the Messiah? And what kind of religion we are talking about, which Muslim they claim it is the same as Islam, because the Muslims are allowed to deny their religion if they are in danger. In fact, they are allowed to lie to anyone just to protect Islam. It's called taqiyya. And the stupid Quran confirmed that those Christians are murdered. At that time, Muhammad, he's trying to fool the Christian to say to them, you know, Muhammad is the same as Obama, Muhammad Hussein Obama. With the Jews, he wear the hat. With the atheists, he make fun of the Bible. With the Muslim, he's a Muslim. And, you know, with the homo, he is a homo. Obama. All what he need to do is just to get the chair. That is Muhammad. With the Sabi, and he's a Sabi. And with the Jew, he's a Jew. With the Christian, he's a Christian. And with the people who worship the three daughters of Allah, he bowed down and he asked the intercession of those three daughters. And this story is mentioned in the Quran about the satanic verses. So here we notice that this bishop, who this turtle, confirm. We don't care for his confirm, by the way, but just to show you the stupidity of those people. Supposedly is trying to attack Christianity, remember? Supposedly he is getting a proof, which is proving that the whole story of the Quran is a lie. Same time he lies, saying that those who deny, they are the Christians. Some they deny, some they accept. Some they deny what? Some they deny until now that Jesus is the one who will save you. Some they deny that by the death of Jesus you are going to be saved. By his coming, by his loving, by his giving, by his forgiveness. Some they deny. Same time, in the time of Muhammad, I will go with the Muhammadan logic, trying to, if they have any decency. The Muslim themselves, Aisha herself, she said to Muhammad, you who you claim to be prophet. This is Aisha, this is not some يا من تدعي أنك رسول. Let us find the hadith. This is not some not somebody. This is Aisha, who you took half of your religion from her. Muhammad, he said, خذوا نصف دينكم من عائشة. Take the half of your religion from Aisha. Now, anything will make Muhammad fraud. The Muslim, they will say, oh, this is da'if. This is da'if. Let us see if we can find the hadith in English. But it's important for us that this guy, he confirms something very important, that we have early Christians who they are real witness in the time of Jesus, and he mentioned his name, that he is a great man, he's a martyr, and he believed in the death of Jesus, and he witnessed. If not Jesus himself, he met James, according to what this guy said. Let us see if we can find the hadith of Aisha in the English translation. Let us see. Maybe we can't find it in this website, but I will find it for you for sure, and we can use Prophet Google, peace be upon him. And just to mention to you, the Muslim, they claim that this is da'if. So this is the hadith. And not only that, I will show you that even Muhammad himself, he don't believe he's a prophet from the Quran. I will use Google translation. So it says here that Muhammad, Allah pray on him and salute him, he entered into Aisha with her father Abu Bakr, and he said to her, can you serve us food? She said, we don't have any. She's angry from something. He said, come on, give us food. She said, we don't have any food. He said, give us food. She said, I swear by Allah, we don't have food. Things is getting more exciting. And then Abu Bakr, he said, her father, O Messenger of Allah, I believe in women. She will not swear by something if she have something of it. Look like she don't have any. And then Muhammad, he said, how you know she is a believer or not? The similarity of a belief in women, between women, is the same as a crow. Between the crow. So Muhammad saying all women are the same. All of them, they are stupid. All of them, they are crow. Crow in Islam, by the way, is a symbolic of evil. If you remember, Muhammad, he said that if no Eve, no woman betray her husband. And then he continued saying, fire, which means hellfire, created from the silly, the filthy, the trash. And women are from the silly, from the trash. Let's read this one. And then we go to the hadith which we are going to talk about. You can read it. I will post the link for you to make it, you can save it in your reference. And then he said, no, we don't want to breathe. We want more. Hold on. All right. So her father, he said, Abu Bakr, a woman, she will not swear. I believe in women, she won't swear. So the Messenger of Allah says, believe in one does not swear, or something does not. I don't know why the page is not coming, all of it. When I click, it doesn't show me. The page is eating the whole page. When I click at the brief, that will make it short. When I click at more, it's not showing me the whole thing. See? It doesn't show the rest. So let me see what I will do. Give me a second. Okay. I will try to open it in different website. And then we will read how Aisha, she said to Muhammad, you who you claim to be a prophet of Allah, you claim, and if you are, do just. So he's not just. Let us see. I found the page. I hope this one will work. Uh, let us see. This page is so long, so I will try to find the exact sentence. I mean, we have it in this website, the one you see in the screen, but when I click translate, the whole thing is gone. Okay, let's see this one here. I think this one will be better. Okay, let me send this link for you. I found a website, and actually I will show it to you on the screen. I will send you a short link because this link have Arabic in the search, so Google will not allow it to show in YouTube. Let me shorten the link, and here I will use Google Translation. You can read the whole story here. And women are like as I told you, she said we have no food, we have no food. So Abu Bakr, he said, well, I believe in women, she will not swear like twice or 3 times unless really she don't have a food. Remember, he's her father, right? So Muhammad said, how you know she is a believing woman? Translation is not too much accurate. How you know she's a believing woman? So he said, indeed, a believing woman is among women like infallible crow. And that fire was created for foolish. And that women are among the foolish. The translation is not accurate, which is what he's saying. All women are foolish and all women are created for hellfire. Fire actually itself is created from women. As simple as that. Let me give you the link, and then we will go to the second hadith. Aisha questioning Muhammad, saying to him, you claim to be prophet? You claim to be prophet. All right. Let me know if the link is working. I will post it for you. Let me know, please, if you are able to open the page. And this is here, Musnad At-Tabarani, volume number 2, page number 193, as you see in the screen. All right. Now we go. Did the link work? Did our link, the link I posted, did it work, guys? Anyone open it? It's working. Okay, good. So if you're interested to save the reference, save it. It's up to you. Now, let us see the other hadith. Aisha questioning Muhammad if he is a prophet or not. for some reason this website, like I see the hadith here when I open it. Okay, let's see this one. One of four. Okay, here we go. This is the hadith, and I highlight the sentence where Aisha, she said, "Isn't you who claim to be the messenger of Allah? Where is your justice?" So Aisha, she accusing Muhammad that he have no just. He's an idiot, literally. Aren't you the one who claimed to be the messenger of God? You claim. You see, the language in Arabic is so clear. When you say to somebody, you claim to be, that means you are not. That means I don't believe you are. And this is the wife speaking to her husband, who is supposedly the messenger of Allah, accusing him that he is not just. And then Abu Bakr, he hit her in her face. Here you see it says, فَأَقْبَلَ عَلَيْهِ فَلَطَمَ وَجْهِهِ. So Abu Bakr, who is her father, he came and he boxed in her, he slammed her face. Let us use Google translation. I hope it's going to work. So the reason we mention this one here, as you see, this is not somebody denying the death of Jesus, which is not really what the book is saying there. Some, they deny that by his death, by his resurrection, by everything he did. And this person, this bishop, saying, it's surprising to me that somebody can deny such a thing, that our salvation is by him. Because, you know, if somebody denied that Jesus is God anyway, they will not deny that he is. I mean, everybody would die. I would die, you would die, everyone would die. So how we can deny death of somebody? In fact, the very same reason the Muslims, they reject Jesus not to be God, is the same reason should make them believe in God. You know, I remember once a stupid Abdul. I was sitting with two Abdul having like food together. And then one of them, he is younger, but he is not young. He said, I don't understand how you Christians believe that Jesus is Son of God. I said, well, you know, why not? The other guy, the adult, or let's say the smart one, he spoke to me before about religion, and he found out in 2 seconds that he's no match. So he told him, change the topic. He said, no, why not? Why not? You know, I was asking a question, you know, nicely. You know, he said, trust me, you don't want to talk to him about any topic have to do with religion. I said, no, it's okay, it's okay. But it's like too late. And I saw him hitting him with his feet, the older man. He was hitting the young man, a man who is not young, by the way. He's young to compare to that man. Like hitting him his shoes, you know, like change topic, you know. So I said, okay, so what is what you're saying? He said, well, if Jesus is the Son of God, don't you think his Father will save him? I said, that's a wonderful logic. Man, that's smart. Well, isn't it this is the same reason then we should, you Muslims, believe that Jesus is Son of God? This is what? If you are saying to me that if Jesus is Son of God, then his Father should be saving him, not putting him in the cross. Will that mean you Muslims should believe that Jesus is Son of God? We Christians should believe not. And then the older guy said to him, see, I told you. Here we go, answer him. Go, answer him. Go. Deliver. Go. Answer. Anyway, I'm watching now. I told you don't go to. I told you don't talk to him to this. And then he starts saying, no. I mean, like, you know, I will not let him. I said, listen, we heard what you mean. It was so clear. And you told me if he is a Son of God, his Father will save him. We got it. Well, isn't it this is what happened in Islam? That means in Islam, Jesus must be the Son of God. After that, this guy never opened his mouth about anything have to do with religion. Never. Here we see Aisha saying to, to Muhammad, you are the one who claim to be the messenger of Allah. But as you see here, for some reason, the whole page is eaten by Google. I don't know what happened. You see, there, because, okay, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is eaten by Google. I cannot see the rest of it. So I need to find different website. For some reason, this guy Google is not working with him, or not working with it. Let us see here. Yeah, okay, let's see. I will find different website and see if we can find it, because this one is not working. They have like a script in the website, so it's not making it function correctly. I found a different book. This is Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, one of the biggest scholars of Islam, and this is the hadith here. Even this website actually is even better. Forget about that one. I will translate using Google. Variant number 8. Page number 188. ابن حجر العسقلاني المطالب العالية بزوائد المسانيد الثمانية. And here we will see the story. I will use Google translation. Google. Here we go. Aren't you the one who claimed to be the messenger of Allah? Do you see it? So I said, do you not claim to be the messenger of God? In fact, she said that twice. You claim to be the messenger of God. And then she said to him, well, if you are, then be just. Be fair. He is not. That appeared twice in the page you see. In the translation is not coming accurate. Let me give you the link. You can use it. Let me shorten it for you. Those stupid websites, they are asking me how many motorcycles you see. Confirm that are you human. Why? Do I drink camel urine? All right. I will open my Skype so we can take any Mohammedan if they like to join us, including this turtle, who he claimed that he is being smart supposedly, and he found a discovery that he said some they deny. In fact, they are not denying the crucifixion of Jesus. They are denying what Jesus did, like you Muslims. Those, he's talking about the Jews and others who deny that he is the Messiah, who is through him and his death, we are saved. My Skype is open. If you are a Muslim, feel free and contact me. Now we go back to the video of Mufti Menk. Now, if we go, by the way, and we play Muslim videos about the crucifixion of Jesus, you will see every single one of them, he have different story. But none of them is Muhammad's story. Where we can find Muhammad's story about what happened to Jesus. In fact, didn't work. The link did not work. Guys, the link I posted did not work. Invalid. Okay, I just closed the page. Okay, let me find it again. Hold on. Yeah, I see. It says invalid link. All right. No problem. Let me find the link again because I closed it. Now I have to find it. Give me a minute. Now what happened? We just opened the link. Okay, let's see this one. All right. I will use another reference. Like for some reason that one is not working anymore. So let us do this. This is a different book. I will use Google Translation. Again. Because now this is a different book, not the same book. But as you see, this exists in many books. As you see, this is the reference name. This is the book name. This is the page number 130, very number 8. And this is the story here as we showed you before. Now I will take the link and I will shorten it. But this time I will not close the web page until you guys confirm that it is working. All right, let us see. Actually, let me click first. If it opens for me, it's going to open for you. No, this website is not working. Let us see. Let me open a different website. I mean, the shortened link is not working. Let us see a different one. Oh. Let us see. Copy. All right. Shorten. Sign in, get a membership to shorten the link. What? Okay, let's see this one here now. Copy. Now tell me, is it working? I hope so. Is it working? And you will notice here how they did beat Aisha in her face in front of Muhammad. So the Muslim, they cannot say Aisha, you don't mean it. They cannot say Aisha, she is joking with the Prophet, because sometimes plain text, you can say somebody to your friend, I can say to a friend of mine, you are being stupid, but I don't mean, I'm just joking, you know. So sometimes text can be deceiving, that's true. But as you say, things are serious. Abu Bakr, he did slam her face, he did beat her. in front of Muhammad. Aren't you claim that you are a messenger of Allah? Muhammad, he smiled like a devil. And then he said to her, are you in doubt, Abdullah? But she don't have any kids. They call her Abdullah. Muhammad, he wished to have a son. She said, I said, aren't you claiming to be the messenger of God? Have you not been fair? Who is the one accusing Muhammad not to be fair? How you claim to be messenger of God? Look what you do. This is not somebody from the street. This is not a foreign witness. This is someone from the house. Someone asleep with the devil. Have sex with the devil. And she knew the devil more than anyone. Saying clearly that Muhammad is not a prophet and he is not being fair. And then Abu Bakr, he heard me saying, he was angry and he approached me and he slapped my face. Do you see it? But now going back to the story about the crucifixion of Jesus. Guys, do I need to post the link again? Here we go. Let me post it. Don't ask me again. All right. Here we go. And by the way, for some reason, YouTube is not allowing the chat to play again. I don't know why. For all channels, not only my channel. So if we post something here, it's going to be go for the rest, you know. So share with people, you know, maybe the admin, they can share later in the comment section. They can post those links. I hope they will do. Because admin, I think they can post links. All right, let us close this one. My Skype is open. If you are a Muhammadan from the religion of the flying carpet, I will be happy to have you. I want to convert to Islam. The only problem is I fear the heaven of Allah. 70 women waiting for me, and each woman, she have 72 maids, and each 72, one of the 72 maids, she have 72 maids. 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, you will find billion of women waiting for you. And all of them, they want one thing from you. Just one thing, your penis. I don't know if I should buy an insurance for it. I don't know. I mean, I never thought all my life that a little, like, I mean, 2-meter piece is so important. And those women are made by Allah waiting for it. They cannot wait, brother. They cannot wait, brother. They are waiting for you. The virgin, brother, the virgin. Abdul, what you are talking about, virgin? Are you sure they are waiting for you? Yes, brother. Yes, brother. I'm telling you. What we would do there, brother, a lot of things. Yeah, I'm trying to make my text get bigger. It's not getting bigger. Hold on, let us see. I don't know what happened to my computer. All right. Let us see. I don't know. I'm clicking at the increase. It's not increasing. I don't know why. Let's see what's happening here. Well, okay, now it's working. All right. So now we go back to Mufti Menk. Which their stories always make sense. Everything they say to us, they know Jesus more than us. They know Moses more than us. They know everything. Anything you want. The second you ask them, where are you getting this story from? They have no idea. If you ask this potato, okay, listen, potato, where is the legitimate source of your story coming from? Listen, when I say legitimate, I'm talking about something according to the religion. Do you have any legitimate source of the story you are telling people about? No. Who said this story? When he said narration of whom? Your prophet? No. Who? If you read Muslim books, you will find that they cannot even quote any Christian name correctly. Yeshua became Isa. Paulos became Bolos. John became Yahya. I mean, all the names. You cannot find the name is correct. Ibrahim. One chapter says Ibrahim, one chapter says Abraham. Which one? And then they have to correct, and they say now they put Ibrahim, and they put in English Abraham. Mary, she is the sister of Aaron. And Mary, she is the daughter of a guy who is the father of Moses, Amran. How? We don't know. Where? We don't know. What is the source for this? Nobody knows. A donkey, his name is Mohammed. He joined the Jews. He heard some stories from them. He came out. Okay, Mary. Oh, she is the sister of Aaron. Ah, so Mary is the sister of Aaron. She is the mother of Isa. Who is Isa? We do not know. And then that's mean Isa is the nephew of Moses. Bingo. The Samari was exist in the time of Moses, according to Muhammad. The Samari. But let us hear more story about what happened to Jesus according to the Abdul.
Away through that window, gone up into the heavens in the proper form of the human being that he was.
He went from the window.
Taken up. Salam. He's just confirming that
he went from the window. Allah took Isa from the window, took him to heaven in the form of a human being.
He's there. And at that moment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala changed the face of Judas, so it became the face of Jesus. And Allah took Jesus away through that window, gone up into the heavens.
Brother, hold on. Brother, do they have the same face? I mean, the same height? So let us say, let us say for the sake of argument, just to show you how stupid this is story. They change his face. They have the same height. They have the same body. They have the same hair. Just the face he changed. What about the rest? What about the clothing? Just the face. And the Romans do not know how Jesus looked like anyway. Do you see how stupid this is story? But who is going to question? Nobody. Who dare even to question? Because you see, you can question this guy, no problem. But if you question what the story is, that means you are questioning Islam. You cannot do that. We can. So he changed his face. He forgot to mention the voice too. The clothing too. The height. I mean, just the face. And why you want to change the face anyway? If they don't know who is Jesus anyway. Continue. And Allah took him from the window, small window. Yeah, those things happen all the time.
So Jesus Christ, may peace be upon him, was not harmed at all, nothing. He was taken up, and the face of this traitor was made to be the face of Jesus. So now he was taking long to come out. A little while later, he comes out. These people are looking. They see Jesus. They go and hold him.
It took him long. It's a room, supposedly. It took him long to come out. It took long for Allah to change his makeup. What do you mean it took him long?
Huh? He says, hey, I am Judas. No ways. So if you are Judas, where is Jesus?
So if you are Judas, where is Jesus? But look what happened now. What happened now that we Christians, we have a true story, and Muslims are potatoes, because this is confirmed that every single person was there. He was very much believing that the one is crucified is Jesus. In fact, the one in the front of them, he have the same look of Jesus. So imagine, we as a Christians, we are there at that day, and we witnessed the crucifixion of the same person who looked exactly like Jesus. So what we should believe? We should believe that Jesus was on the cross. If you tell me it's not him, I will laugh at you and your stupidity. Same time, what was the point? If the point is to save Jesus and punish the guy, if this is the point, well, this is a stupid point. Why? Because Allah can punish the guy without this. He can save Jesus without this. In the same time, if Allah took Jesus anyway, nobody can harm him. He's going to heaven. In the top of that now, Allah, he deceived all 3 billion Christians, believing that Jesus was on the cross, but he was not, according to the Muslims. So who is the one who created the Christianity in the form we have? Allah. If not Allah, would someone look like Jesus? No Christian will believe that Jesus was on the cross. And as you see, the Quran confirmed that the Jews, they say, we killed, they name him. They say, we killed Jesus. In the Quran, for sure, he's called as Isa, as you see. And they say even the son of Maryam, not just a person, his name is Isa. No, Isa, the son of Maryam, the messenger of Allah. Turned to be that the Jews believe in Allah, but they don't. We have tons of verses of the Quran, the Jews making fun of Allah. So why they killed him because he claimed to be the messenger of Allah, and they don't believe in Allah. That might be the reason. And then let us see how the movie will end, and when Rambo will show up. Rambo. Yeah, tell us more.
And if you are Jesus, where is Judas? They went back in. So they didn't know. They were also a little bit confused, but facially, they knew this is Jesus.
Facially, they knew. So he took them to show them Jesus, but facially, they knew Jesus. In the beginning of the story, those people do not know Jesus. They never heard of Jesus. They went to their Roman king. They told him he will take your place. The soldier do not know Jesus. Where we can find Jesus? Go follow me. At that time, maybe he have an ID. Maybe. In California.
And this man is continuing to say, I am not Jesus. I am Judas. They took him. They put a huge cross for him. They nailed him into the cross. And according to one narration, they took a crown of thorns as a means of disgrace for him. And they placed it on his head. And they were happy telling everyone, we have crucified Jesus. But Allah knows Jesus was taken well before anybody could harm him.
Do you see how stupid the story is? He said the Roman did that. He just said the Roman king, which means the Roman soldiers. But the Quran said that the Jews, they said that. The Jews, they say, we crucified Jesus. I mean, this guy is a sheikh. It turned to be, we have 1 billion Ali Dawah. There's Ali Dawah in every, all of them, they are Ali Dawah. And all of them, they are Mimi, Hijab, striptease boys. So what we would do with the Quran now? Why the Quran says the Jews, they said, we killed the Messiah. Who is the one who said we killed the Messiah? The Muslims. Who is the one here saying we killed the Messiah? Read. The Jews. All of this is about the Jews. The Jews, they kill prophets. The Jews, they disobey Allah in the day of Sabbath. This is all about the Jews, but the guy in the story, he said the Roman. Do you see why we find Islam and Muslim laughable? Do you notice, Muslims, why I call you potato? Potatoes. Your prophet is a potato. Your God is a potato. Your book is a potato. And all your stories is a potato. If we go, maybe you have a short memory. Maybe I have a bad hearing. Maybe he did not say the Roman. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe the shaitan pee in my ears. Our Prophet Muhammad said, let us hear it again.
Makes mention of something that happened to the Prophet Jesus, may peace be upon him.
Yeah, peace be
The
upon him.
people began to get fed up of him because he was taking away.
You will notice when they say Muhammad, they say Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Allah pray on him. When they say Isa, they say peace be upon him. He's nobody. In the case of Muhammad, Allah pray on him.
Their popularity. Those who were supposedly religious, those who had followers, their followers were now slowly talking about this messenger who came with this miracle, that miracle. He was the talk of the town. That created jealousy in the hearts of some of these people who had rejected him. So they hatched a plan. What was the plan? They went to the king of the time and they told him, there is a man called Jesus of Bethlehem. This Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, he is saying this and saying that, and his eyes are on your kingdom. He wants your seat. In fact, he is going around saying he is the king. Now this is blasphemy. This is incorrect. Lies, jealousy, a plan and a ploy. This king, without finding anything out, nothing at all, he decides we can sort him out. By doing what? Send our men look for him. Now, I have not made mention of all the difficulties suffered by Jesus. We have not gone into those details where the people made him suffer, but he was calm. He was very, very calm, very forgiving. He never wanted to revenge anybody. No one, not at all. He just continued with his work, and he was always positive, not negative.
Positive.
And every time there was an opportunity to call people towards the old disciples knew where he was. And I'm mentioning to you one narration. The disciples knew where he was. There was one of the disciples, the name given is Judas Iscariot. Allah knows best who exactly he was, but one of the disciples. And he decided to become a traitor. In fact, Shaitan overtook him. The devil overtook him, and he led the men of this king and the Jewish people who were behind wanting to murder Jesus, may peace be upon him, to the room where he was.
Oh, he said the room, not the Roman. I thought he said the room. I thought he said the room. But anyway, he mentioned the king at that time. Who is the king at that time? Who is the king? Who is the soldiers? The other Roman. In fact, even the Quran confirms that. You see, there is a chapter in the stupid yellow page of Muhammad. It's called the chapter of the Roman. In that chapter, Muhammad, he was trying to play, he's like Christian. So he claimed that the Roman are believers. Suddenly, few years later, the Roman not believers because they rejected him. The Roman have been defeated in the nearer land. And after a few years, they will defeat again. Okay, so this is when? This is 600 years after Jesus. The Roman is still there. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to call us? My Skype is open, and we welcome any smart Muhammadan. I hope I'm not insulting, because Muslims get offended by anything. You say to them stupid, they get offended. You say smart, they get offended, because they knew I don't mean it. Any Muhammadan want to call us? Who can give me a legitimate story according to Muslim books about what happened to Jesus, beside the story of Mufti Menk that Jesus he ran from a small window? Anyone can tell me? Any Muhammadan can show me the reference? Anyone? How come the text no longer clear in the past? What do you mean no longer clear in the past? What does that mean? Speak English. Muhammad Yusuf. We have a guy, his name is Muhammad Yusuf. Why you don't call us Muhammad Yusuf? My friend, do you know if you call me and you defend your religion, how many version Allah will reward you? I know, if I am you, I will call. No, it doesn't matter what happened. Come to Indonesia face to face. You know, I like to do face to face, to be honest with you. But there is an issue with face to face. Now I know that you are a kind of a person, your tongue cannot go and talk unless you see somebody face to face. But now I don't know why your hand is working, even though you cannot function without face to face. However, as long as you accept only face to face, how come you Muslim accept that Muhammad never saw Allah, never spoke to Allah, never saw the ass of Allah? I keep asking Allah to show me himself face to face. Never. Never spoke to Muhammad too. Can you show me where Allah spoke to Muhammad? Not face to face, by microphone. You see, your God, he spoke to everybody. Everybody. Adam, Musa, Isa, I mean, Abraham, everybody. Zulqarnain, Alexander the Great. When it comes to Muhammad, Allah is not there. What he do? He sent a guy, his name Jibreel. What Jibreel he do? He work as a pizza boy. Tariq. Who is this? Jibreel. What you have with you? Pizza. Is that true? How come Allah speak face to everybody? I mean, name one person for me in the Quran Allah did not speak to him. Zachariah, Imran, Mary, I mean everybody. But Muhammad, Allah wouldn't talk to him. Why? Who can explain to me that reason? What the reason? Because he's so low? Like, you know, a king, he speak to kings. Do you agree, people? King, he speak to kings. Or maybe he can speak to a journalist. Journalist, because that's what he do. They are seeking, you know, like to deliver their opinion to the public. They use them, but they are not kings. Journalists is nobody. But kings, they send letters to kings. Right? Okay. They call kings. They speak to them. Okay. How Allah spoke to Muhammad? How Allah spoke to Isa? How come they are not the same way they've been taught to approach? How Allah spoke to Moses? Any Muslim? How Allah spoke to Abraham? Allah even spoke to Shaitan. He spoke to Shaitan, but he never spoke to Muhammad. Anyone can help us? I hope that a lot of orang from Indonesia will call me right now. Except one guy, please don't call me. The guy from Indonesia, he called me before, he says to me, Christian Prince, answer my question. Abdul, speak like a man. Christian Prince, I want this question. What the heck? I mean, from all the country of Indonesia, Indonesia could not send me anyone except this guy. Christian Prince, answer my question. I don't know what he ate before he killed me, but I mean, yeah. And the other guy from Indonesia, the guy wanna give me 5 BMW, he was super smart. He said, Christian Prince, I have a challenge for you. If you can give me one verse from the Bible, it says that Jesus Christ, he said, I'm a Christian. How in the world I'm going to answer this guy? I will give you 5 BMW. What the heck, 5? What about 1? But can you change the question? The first question alone is impossible. Like, show me where Jesus Christ, he said, I am a Christian. How in the world I'm going to find a verse like this? Christ, he will say, I'm a Christian. Muhammad, he will say, I'm a Muhammadan. And Moses, show me where Moses said, I'm Mushan. Look, what the heck? Potatoes. But if those are your sheikhs, who is your donkeys? If those are your sheikhs, the one who asked him to refute me, those are the one who refute me. Why I delete videos? I don't keep videos on my channel. I don't keep videos. Everybody knows. If I keep my videos, I should have like a million video on my channel alone. But I don't keep them. But you can find the only video I make in YouTube. People download and repost. Search the title of that time, you will find it. People repost. Do we have any Muhammadan? If you are new, don't forget to subscribe. And if you have any Muslim sheikh, especially if he like claim to be a person of knowledge, that will make it more exciting, you know, like for you to watch, to see how Muslims, they know nothing about the religion. Muslims, as you know, a Muslim man is the same as someone, his wife is cheating on him. What does that mean? He is the last one to know what's going on. In fact, I mean that literally. As an example, actually, even if a Muslim man, he knew what's going on, he cannot do anything about it. As you know, Muhammad is so smart. After his wife, she'd been accused to be sleeping around. Obviously, he's a very old man. She is very, very, very young. Baby Aisha. You know, so Aisha, after she'd been accused of fornication with a bunch of boys, Muhammad, he come with the new rules. A person who have his wife, you know, she is obviously cheating. He saw her. But now there's a penalty. If you accuse your wife and you don't have 4 witnesses, the Quran says, whip their back. So the guy came to the Prophet, says to him, oh, Messenger of Allah, so what do you think? If I find my wife with a man, should I give him some time until I bring 4 witnesses? The Prophet said yes. And here you need to ask yourself, the Muslims in this garbage cult, they need 4 witnesses to prove fornication. They have 0 witnesses for Muhammad being a prophet. And the 4 witnesses, they have to see the penis going in and out. Not only just like you go in the room, you find them in the bed together. No. You not only like one in the top of the other one. No. You have to see the penis going in and out, the same as the pen go in the inkwell. If you don't find 4 witnesses seeing that scene, literally as I said, those 4 witnesses are invalid. And not only that, we are going to whip their back for false accusation. In fact, there's a story of the caliphate. 4 witnesses, they came to him. 3 of them, they said, we saw his penis going in and out. 3, Number 4, he said, I saw her feet around his neck and they were shaking like the ear of a donkey when he's running. So what we have now? We have 3 witnesses. They saw the penis going in and out, and they saw the feet. I guess now you know what the position we are talking about. They saw the feet of the women around his neck, around his head, and they were shaking her feet the same as a donkey when he is running. The caliphate, he said, no proof. What the heck? No proof. Abdul, what do you mean? 3 of them, they saw the penis going in and out. And number 1, he saw her feet around his neck, no proof. And he ordered to beat them. 100 lashes each. This is why a Muslim woman, she will never, you cannot accuse a Muslim woman of fornication because it's impossible. If you enter the house, excuse my language, if you enter the house and you find your wife in the top of a man, but she's wearing her skirt, I'm not going to give details, you know what I'm talking about. And you have 1,000 witnesses, and they did not see his penis going in and out. They saw nothing. She's covered. She's wearing a skirt. Even if you have 1 billion witnesses. So this is a stupid garbage religion. They need 4 witnesses to see the penis, but they did not see the penis Muhammad going up to heaven. Not a single witness. Even Aisha, she said he was next to me all night. And then they start saying he been lifted up to heaven by his spirit, not by his body. A person calling me Christian princess, that's okay, my friend. Why you don't call me and tell me what you want to say? Let's see who is the princess and who is the man. If you are a man, call me. What do you think, guys? This guy calling me princess. Well, I'm not the one who wear women clothing like your prophet. I can prove it. Did your prophet say, I never receive Quran except in the clothes of Aisha? I don't put eyeliner three times a day. Not me. Prove me wrong. Get me busted in the street, take a picture of me when I have a eyeliner over my eyes. I am not the one who pee like women like your prophet. Even the Arab, they said to him, look, he pee like women. Yes, they said that to him. I can show the reference. Why you don't call me? Did the Arab, they say, he pee like women? What do you think? This is the hadith. And this is Sahih hadith. Let me see if I can find it in English. Hold on. And the funny is, by the way, the guy, he go in the front of people and he pee. Like in the front of the people. I mean, because how they see him? How they see him pee if he is not doing it in the front of everybody in the street? He's a prophet of Allah. He have the best manner. I found it in English. Look at this. Allah messenger, God messenger, came out with leather shield in his hand. He laid it down and sat and passed water. What he did? And then they say, look at him. He like a woman do. Do you see it? Who is the princess? And what Muhammad he did? Did he say, Allahu Akbar, you insult me? He is a woman. He continued peeing. Somebody, Mu'taz, is asking me, is the Trinity biblical? For sure. Absolutely. I can prove it to you from the Quran. You know, actually, the funny is that Muslim, we are talking about Muhammad peeing, and the Muslim, he heard nothing, peeing like a woman, dressing his wife clothing, putting eyeliner, and the Muslim respond, Christian Prince, is the Trinity biblical? Because you want to change topic, you know, embarrassing. Christian Prince, I have a question for you. Is the Trinity biblical? Abdul, first, before you talk about the Trinity, go and teach your God the Trinity. According to your God, the Trinity of Christianity is Mary, marrying Allah, have a baby Jesus. So before you ask me about the Trinity, shouldn't you ask your stupid God how we did not even get the Trinity right? I mean, can we find the Trinity in the Quran? What the Christian believe in the Quran? Huh? What the Christian believe in the Quran? The Trinity. I want to talk about the Trinity. Call me. But don't call me baby. No. You can call Muhammad baby, not me. I'm a Christian prince. And all of you fear me to death. What happened now? You don't want to change the topic? You don't want to talk about the topic? Should we go back to the Prophet pissing like a woman? Why he pissed like that? Why? Actually, there's a hadith, but I need to remember it. You see, my head is a huge library, but I need to remember details so I can search it. You know, Muhammad, he told them not to pee, not to put your ass like to the direction of the Kaaba. But the brother, I think it was the brother of Zainab, he went to the top of his roof to do something, maybe to fix a roof, and he saw Muhammad pissing toward Damascus and his ass facing the Kaaba, but he forbid Muslim from doing that. Let me see if I can find it. Guys, I hope the smell is not getting too much strong. Sorry, you know, our topic is Muhammad. As I remember, I want to be sure that I quote the hadith correctly. And here, by the way, you notice how shitty, excuse my language, this religion is. I mean, what is this? Let us see. Maybe we can find it. Let us see. We need to look more. Yeah, this one. Here we go. I remember the hadith. Let us see if we can find it in English. And by the way, Muslims, thank you for this website in English. One day, I climbed on Hafsa's house. This is the house of Muhammad. I saw the Prophet relieving himself while facing Sham and his anus facing the Kaaba. What the heck? Prophet of Allah doing what he forbid Muslims from doing, he turned his butt to the Kaaba. Christian Prince, first of all, this hadith is not sahih. I'll give it to other Muslim. He will say to you, Christian Prince, it doesn't say that, CP. Secondly, this hadith reported by two told Fu told me to do is very well known liar. Here we go. We got you busted. But in their website it says sahih. It says what? Sahih. The Prophet turning his anus, doing poo to the Kaaba, and he is facing Damascus? And Abdul? Who's a Muslim want to ask me about the Trinity? Here we go. They will try to. Hey Muslims, come on, let's go back to the Trinity. A Muslim, like he have two things to talk about, you know. The Trinity. What is the other thing? The Bible is corrupted. Listen. Need to know these are the title. One person and his name Jesus, the Father John 5:43, the Son Matthew, the Holy Ghost 14:26. Hey Mu'taz, why you don't call me? I don't know what you are saying, my friend. Call me and tell me about those. Guys, Mu'taz, he will have something to us about the Trinity. He is expert. Mu'taz, do you dare to call me? Or you are just a text? Abdul, what you will lose? Call me and prove the Trinity wrong. Would you? I mean, you Muslims, all your religion is based on the Trinity. Muhammad, Jibreel, Allah. If one of them is missing, Islam is gone. If we take Muhammad, there is no Islam. There is no Muslim. If we take Jibreel, there is no Muhammad. If we take Allah, there is no Jibreel, there is no Muhammad. You Muslims are people of Trinity. You have your own. Not only that. If I go right now in the Hadith and I type the word three, you will find that a Muslim, his prayer is not perfect, is not accepted, unless he do things 3 times. Like what? Like what? Like what? Huh? Like what? But what I'm typing there? 3 times, 3 times. I just typed 3 times. Look what happened. The Messenger of Allah like to supplication 3 times and ask burden of Allah 3 times. Why? In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit? Why not 4? Forget this one. Maybe this one is nothing. The Prophet narrated that Allah, Prophet, he washed his hand 3 times. He rinsed his mouth 3 times. He rinsed his nose 3 times. He washed his face 3 times. What the heck? Yes, because 3 times is the perfection number. I challenge any Muslim to say it's not true. Number 3 is the perfection. The perfection of a prayer, the perfection of God, the perfection of act, the perfection of an oath. Even divorce in Islam is based on number 3. If a man, he divorced his wife 3 times, she cannot get back to her husband unless a new husband F her. Is that correct, Mu'taz? Sex terrorist? 3 times. 3 times. I just typed the word 3 times. I did not type anything. 3 times. 3 times. Break an egg. Everything is 3 times. Everything is 3 times in this religion. Even when Jibreel, he come to Muhammad to activate him, he squeezed him how many times? Hey Muslims, can you help me? How many times Muhammad been squeezed? Is it true? It was 3 times. Who's going to call me and explain to me why 3 times? Any Abdul? So this false stupid religion, flying carpet religion, they have big mouth, but the second you ask them about their Trinity, they have no answer. Why Allah angel squeezed Muhammad 3 times? I challenge you to tell me. Anyone? I challenge all of you to tell me what the reason. Nobody knows. Any Abdul? All your numbers in your religion is a copy from Christianity. And 90% of the stories in the Quran are copied from other beliefs, including the Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhas, Sabi, and you name it. Any Muhammadan? Where is the Muhammadan? What happened? Do you live in fear? How come other Christians, they ask Muslim, call me, and they line up to call here nobody? Shall I call Zakir Naik? You know, a Muslim is worried about the Trinity, and his religion is based on tree and everything. And then, if you get busy with Muhammadan, and you find yourself need entertainment, will you better, hear something before you sleep or when you wake up for relaxation? Like what? Like this.
It will never reach you unless Allah intends it to reach you. Allahu Akbar. We ask Allah to grant us strength. So Sulaiman alayhi salatu was salam, after this, he used to control the wind.
Guys, Sulaiman, he controlled the wind. How he controlled the wind? Just wait. He controlled the wind, Sulaiman. The Trinity there.
We granted him the power of using the wind that covered a journey of 1 month in 1 morning.
1 morning.
And Allah says, in the afternoon it comes.
But brother, the Muslims are people of logic. I mean, the Trinity does not make sense. We are logical people. What you can do about it? We are people, a flying carpet carrying 3,500-mile long army. His camels, his donkeys, his horses, his food, his kitchen, his wives, they are by hundreds. His palaces, all in the top of flying carpet, brother. But the Muslim, he find that the Trinity is not logical. This is logical. But are you kidding me? This happen all the time. Flying carpet.
Covered the journey of another month. So in 1 day, you would cover the journey of 2 months. That's what Allah says.
Oh.
What would happen? He had bisat. He had a laid sort of a wooden plank. One wonders exactly how it was. We only know the word that is used here to describe it. Say, more or less, a mattress or a platform.
A mattress.
His army.
Guys, his army in the top of the mattress. It turned to be a mattress. I thought it's a carpet. Now it become a mattress. I hope no atheist is listening. They will say Darwin was right. What the heck? Continue, brother. His army.
Of his army were instructed to sit on it, and he told the wind, take it. It would take that.
His army is on the mattress, and the Trinity does not make logic. The army of the guy on the mattress. Now listen. I have a big mattress. Very big, brother. I think my mattress is bigger. The whole army on the top of the mattress. I mean, Abdul, don't you think like the lie is so small? And Abdul, he is a logical person. Mattress in the top. What a nice journey. This is the first army have a 5 stars flight. They are sitting on a mattress. Do they have pillows with them? The whole army. And their cook, horses. I mean, the whole army, you name it. By the way, do the horses do poo-poo on the mattress? What happened to the horses when they see themselves flying and they are exposed to the wind? Like, as long the wind is so fast and he is going so fast, how they can hold themselves on the top of the mattress? Are they tying themselves up with the, like a belt or something?
It would take them a journey of 2 months in one day. Drop them off and come back. Allahu Akbar. What would happen? The wind would blow it. Imagine, he instructed the wind. Allahu Akbar.
The wind, take it right. The wind goes. Wind, take it left. Stop. The wind is stopped. And then what happened, brother?
Look at the power of Sulaiman alayhi salatu wasalam.
Shame on you. You should say the power of Allah, not the power of Sulaiman. Donkey.
On top of that, he was a very humble man, extremely humble. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us.
What? He will sing it. He will sing it now, you know, like in order to make the Quran sound like more better, you know, they sing it for you. And that's supposed to will make the Quran something important.
We gathered for Sulaiman alayhi salam on a certain occasion, his army from mankind, from jinn kind, and from the birds.
Birds. The birds in the army too, not only genie. I mean, I watched the Lord of the Ring. This story is coming from the story of Sulaiman. I'm telling you. Sulaiman, he have an army of birds. Why you are responding in my Skype? I don't know. Let us see. This guy here responding. Well, I don't see you texting me in Skype. Where are you in Skype? You are lying. I don't see any text from Skype. Wait, let me post my Skype for everybody. Christian Prince, why you are responding to my Skype? You are a liar. What's your name? Here we go. This is my Skype. I can show people too. I can show my Skype. I have 0 messages. There's only one guy. He texted me from last Sunday. His name is Asad and he's slow. We spoke to him before. This is my Skype. You are lying. You wanna play like a hero now? Claiming that you are. Give me your Skype. Post your Skype here. I will call you. Post your Skype in the chat. Mr. Abdul, give me your Skype. I'm waiting for you. And this is my Skype. There's different Skype in the description. Let me change it. Hold on. Yeah, I have in the default. You are right. Actually, it's the same one. Isn't it 6E? Oh, this is a different one. Okay, sorry. Okay, I fixed it in the description. That maybe then he is texting the other Skype. Okay, my friend, now you get the correct Skype. You have no excuse. Let us hear more how the flying carpet and his army of birds.
And they were all together moving in a certain direction. They were in such an order. Yuza'un means they were in a proper order. The order of a military commander. Which means, you know, when the soldiers are marching, they have a specific, beautiful order. So we had the human beings, the jinn kind, the birds, the other creatures of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. On this occasion, the three are mentioned. And Allah says, Hatta.
Hatta. Until they arrive to the valley of the ants. And then what happened? You will not believe it what happened. Brother, listen what happened. Yeah, they arrived to the valley of the ants and things happened.
The valley of the ants. Sulaiman with his huge army, so big, a massive army, as he is passing the valley of the ants, he notices one ant, one, calling out to the rest of the ants, O nation of ants, go into your dwellings because Sulaiman is coming with his army. He'll probably trample over you without even knowing what has happened. Sulaiman heard this. He was granted the ability to hear ants.
I don't know. I mean, he heard the ant. Where is this guy? We gave him our correct Skype. Still there's nothing. Abdul, we are waiting for you. Where is this guy? He wanna call me. And he made a big noise. So first we thought he is having the wrong Skype. Now we gave the correct Skype. Where are you? If you don't call me in a few minutes or text me, I will block you. Or at least post your Skype in the chat here so I can find you in Skype and call you. Potato. Shame on you. So guys, this is the Muslim religion. They want to talk about one God. Allah is one God. We worship one. Who cares if your one God is 1 or 2 or half or 1 kilo or 2 kilo? Your God is a stupid God. The Mohammedan, they have a phobia. They think they have, if they say we have one God, that means they have like something priceless. We have one God. You have one flying carpet God. The guy in his army flying in the top of the flying carpet, and then the prophet, he heard an ant, but ant don't talk. I mean, all creatures, they communicate, yes. So if we want, we can say talk, yeah, but they don't use their mouth to talk. They don't. Ants are mute and deaf. The Quran said, قالت نملة. قالت, which mean she said. The ant said. And by the way, a Muslim, Abdul, he decided to be smart, so he made an article. He said, according to science, the one who is in charge of guarding the ants is a female. So how the Quran in you that the one who guard is a female? How you know? Well, the Quran says قالت نملة. And in Arabic, Namla is a feminine name, Abdul, but we call all ants Namla. We don't check their balls. In Arabic, we don't have male, you idiot, we don't have male word for it. This is a language. So they made an article. Wow, brother, how the Quran in you? Abdul, we don't have a male ant in the language. We call all ants, we call them Namla. Anyone, we call them. We never check their balls, trust me. Do you? It's an insect. Most of insect in Arabic, they have a feminine name. But doesn't mean they are female. Potato. قالت نملة. Oh, wow, the Quran says female and she said. No, the Quran is not saying that. Namla is the word we use for the insect, specifically now the ants. It doesn't matter if they have big testicles or they have no testicles. And you know, if you don't speak Arabic, they can fool you. You know, if you don't speak Arabic, yeah, I mean, how you know? You don't know really, you know. when he arrived to the valley of the ant, Wadi Naml. In the Muslim books, they claim that in the valley of the ant, this is where Allah grow gold and silver, and he made the ants in charge of its protection. Yes, brother. Look at this. Till when they came to the valley of the ant. Hey, Muslims, anyone is good in geography? Who is a Muslim good in geography? Where is the valley of the ants? Anyone can tell me? I mean, there is one spot in the earth does not have ants. Have you ever heard of like the ants? They live only in a valley. It's called the Valley of the Ants, the Independent Republic of Ants. By the way, I heard that Joe Biden is asking the United Nations to have the flag of the Republic of Ants, which is in the Valley of the Ants, to announce their independent state following the advice of Allah. What happened to this guy, Mumtaz? What happened to Mumtaz? Oh, my Skype is open now. Oh, hold on. We have somebody. It says miscode. But he called himself SF. Is that you, Mumtaz? Let us call him. Let us see. That's loud. Hello?
Is this Christian Prince?
Yes, my friend. I'm talking to you.
Wow. Are we? We're not live on air, are we?
We are.
We're live on air.
Yes, we are. Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not a Muslim, but I've got a lot of questions for you, and I think I've got a lot of answers. Actually, maybe.
You have a lot of questions or a lot of answers?
Both.
Oh, okay. So why you don't ask yourself and answer yourself without calling me?
No, I have a lot of questions for you, and maybe a lot of answers, or in some way, some of the things that I hear you talk about on the channel.
Okay. So I don't know what is your belief?
Well, they say that by their fruits you shall know them, right?
I don't know. Maybe you have tomato now. I don't know. What's your fruit?
Okay, let me put it this way. I've been thinking about faith for a very long time.
Okay.
I've been through many religions. I was brought up in India.
All right.
So I've been seeking the truth for a very long time.
All right.
And I've been dying to speak to you because I've watched a lot of your videos, and I tried to get in touch with you many times. But there's so much I want to talk about, and there's so much on my mind. I'm just wondering whether we should do this live or whether we should talk about this.
I don't talk in Skype like in private, unless it is a Muslim family. They don't want to be on air, then I do it privately. However, you are a man. You are not like somebody trying. Sometimes, like a man, he asked me to speak to his wife, and he's present. So I agree, because they don't want to be in live on air, and they don't want people to know or their voice recorded. But in your case, you are an adult and you are a man. So what is your religion, my friend?
Well, I believe in the Christ, obviously. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But there are a lot of things around the subject which I feel are questionable that we speak about, and I feel that there's something missing.
So you believe in Christ. So are you like are you born in a Christian family, or you are a Hindu originally? What are you?
I was born originally in a Catholic family. Yes.
Okay. So okay. So now, what is again? So we don't waste time. Your time and my time. What is the question? Okay. What is the questionable things?
Okay. So in Revelations, they say that you should not remove anything from the Bible, right?
No,
like nothing can be added to the Bible.
Doesn't matter in Revelation or not. We should not. Nobody can move anything from the Bible anyway. The Messiah, he said. You see, first of all, the Bible did not come before Jesus. Jesus came before the Bible, correct?
I assume so, maybe, because I think
No,
this book that I'm particularly going to refer to, I think, is in the Old Testament. I'm not sure.
doesn't
I mean,
doesn't matter. You see, you are asking, you know, I mean, I don't know. You are confused for a reason, for sure. But nobody can remove anything from the Bible, and neither are the disciples. They can remove anything. Same time, the Messiah is not the Bible. The Messiah is a person we follow. The Bible is a documentation of what happened, what been said, what the Messiah said, what the disciples said, and what people said. So to say that the Bible is the most important incident happened in the time of Christ, based on the witnesses and even those who witnessed the witnesses. So for us, the true Bible is Christ himself, because Christ came first, and he is the Word of God. So in the beginning it was the Word, and the Word was with God. So the Messiah himself is not the Bible as a book, is the Bible as the Word of God, which means he is the Word of God. So he is the living Word of God. So can you remove anything from the Messiah? No. The Messiah said, the earth and the heaven will be destroyed, but my word will not. And there was no book written at that time.
Okay, so that's exactly the point that I actually want to bring up when we talk about the earth. When the Muslims have in their books things about the earth written, the Hindus have certain things written as well. I'm of the belief that at the time of the destruction of the Tower of Babel, when he scattered the languages,
my friend,
right?
you are changing my topic. You see, my topic is about Islam, and you are taking me far away from my topic. Let me ask you a simple question. What do you think about Muhammad?
I don't want to be outright rude or anything like that, but I mean, I don't believe he can be someone holy in that way.
All right, but you know, I wish really I can continue with you, but because as you see, my topic here is not about the Bible. There's many verses, many channels in the internet.
I actually want to talk about certain verses from the Quran, like you know, especially the verses
Still,
like.
my friend, still, you aren't qualified to ask me the questions, because I want Muslims to call me. I don't want Christians or somebody believe in Jesus to call me, unless you are a Muslim.
Right.
If you convert to Islam, call me back. So go say Shahada, call me back.
But these questions are important because I feel that there are certain things that.
Then, my friend, you can ask your question in the chat. I will answer you the same as the rest. I said Muslims call me. I did not say Christians or somebody else. If I say somebody else, you are welcome. But I said Muslims, and I call you. I thought you are a Muslim.
Okay, sorry about that. I just thought that there are so many points that I feel that you talk about, and I feel that there are important to address.
I will give you a discount of the day. Give me the point. 1 point.
Okay. 1 point where he talks about where the sun sets in the spring of hot water. Okay, yeah. Now that's one of the most controversial points that we talk about a lot, where you cite that example a lot and things like that. Now, that is a very controversial example, because if we talk about the sun setting in the spring of water and things like that, then you're going into the territory of a science, which of course I believe scientific knowledge is partly satanic in a way. It comes from a satanic church, but at the same time, what is written, sort of corresponds to the Bible in a way, which is the book that I was referring to, which I guess is not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible, but it is in the Ethiopian Bible. So if we read the entire Bible and we get that book in the Bible, then there are a lot of things.
You see, I don't know. I feel like you are playing games. We went from the sunset in murky water to a Bible is not in the Bible.
A book that's not in the Bible, but it's in the Ethiopian Bible.
But what does have to do with the sunset in murky water?
Because there's a lot of things that are similarly related to the things that.
First of all, there's many books. There are many books. When we say the Bible is the book of books, let us say it's a library. It's not a book. So if you are confused, listen, just wait. So you are mixing things up and look like you are trying to direct the topic to be something else. We talk about the sunset of murky water, and then you jump to a book is an Ethiopian. I can tell you now, there's many, like as an example, today we were talking about a bishop, or let us say a very great man from the church father, but his name is not mentioned in books, but he is from the early fathers. So we have books of the early fathers. Those we can add them as a tradition books, add them to the Bible, but they are not. So when we speak about the Bible is simply, for us as a Christian, when we say the word gospel, we mean the things belong to the disciple of Jesus and those who they are approved by the Christians. There is other books.
This is a book that's approved. It's approved by the Christians. It's in the Ethiopian Bible.
Doesn't matter. There's books too approved by the Christians, but they are not really part of the Bible. But you can add it. I just mentioned to you a name, because the Bible is not just a book; it's books. So we can say there is 100 book. We can say there is 4 gospel only. Depends what we meant. So the Bible is a collection of books. We can add the traditional books to it, and that will make it really huge, really big, because all the church father books then will be added, but they are not really what should be called the Bible. But some churches, this is why you see the Catholic, they have a number, the Protestant, they have different number, but none of them is wrong. Why? Because simply some they say, okay, we should add those books, but doesn't mean they are bad. Those books are great, and all they approve them, and some they say no, those should not be part of it, should be alone. So if this is your question, we answer you. Now we go back to the sun setting in murky water. What do you want to say?
Correct. Yeah, so what I want to say is that from a different perspective, I don't want to mention the word because it's a controversial word, so I don't want to say it.
My friend, you keep saying to me controversial, but you never said to me what is controversial. So go to the topic, otherwise I will hang up on you.
Okay, fine. Okay, if you want to talk about the progression of the sun around the earth, if you're talking about the earth as a globe existing in space with stars and the whole universe and the whole concept of universe. What this have to
do with the sunset in murky water?
Because the sun may actually retreat to a place in the stars, in the heavens, which we call the heavens, but there is this kind of bowl that
the sun, according to your science, when the sun set, the sun retreat to heaven.
It's the possibility that it goes somewhere where we chant.
It's possibility. Okay. And what is your education, my friend?
I'm an engineer.
Okay, so according to your engineering education, that the sun retreat to some place.
It's possible, yes. It's possible that it retreats to some place.
And what is the reference of that, as long as you're an engineer?
Well, there are multiple references to the what do you call it? We call it the dome. We call it the firmament in the Bible. It's called the firmament, where God laid out the firmament and the stars were put.
What does this have to do with the sunset? They said the sunset. We are talking about the sunset.
Yeah, but I mean, it has to go somewhere. We don't see the entire progression of the sun around the earth.
We are talking about timing, same time, an object. The object is the sun. The time is the sunset. Okay. So now we know exactly what we are talking about. Don't tell me we are talking about something we do not know. We know the sun, we know what it is, and we know the time. So when the sun set, that is what described in the Quran. Is that something?
It appears to set, but the sun really doesn't set as to the way the scientific explanation in our regular schooling education has provided us. I mean,
okay. So what now? So now, what is your explanation for the sunset in the Quran in the spring of murky water?
There is a firmament. On the firmament are doors through which angels can travel through. This is also in the Bible. There are stars that are on the firmament. It is a dome that covers the.
Okay. So, but listen. What I say that you are trying to cover the mistake in the Quran and trying to like you came to me as undercover Muslim, now claiming that you don't believe in Muhammad and Muhammad is not a prophet, but you did not. You don't
I
want to
agree.
say.
I'm in agreement with all of that. My point is not to
Okay,
defend
are you
Islam.
willing to say that Muhammad is a liar?
He well could be. I mean,
No,
yeah,
no,
I'm
no.
willing to
This is
say
not the
that
question. He cannot be. Could be. He can be either. Your understanding is Muhammad is a liar or not?
I really honestly don't know that well from what I've watched, and from what I've seen.
Why you
I don't
agree?
want to
You
make
don't
I
agree?
don't want to make a
I'm asking
judgment on
you.
somebody.
I'm asking you. Is Muhammad, according to you, is a liar or he is not?
I can't. How would you like me to answer that? I don't know him. I don't know.
Why not? I do not know
that
him
much
too.
about
Like
him.
somebody told you, I used to sit with him in the coffee shop before. I do not know him too. You are an engineer, and now you are reading the Quran, and based on your reading the Quran, is Muhammad telling the truth or he is a liar?
Well, when it concerns this particular point, then I can say that there may be some truth to it, but then that may be copied from the Bible and from other books.
False.
So,
There is no verse in the Bible says that the sun set in a spring of water.
well, not in that book, but in the book of Enoch, there's a lot that said
First
about
of
how
all,
the sun.
first of all, the book of Enoch. When somebody says the book of Enoch, the question is,
Yeah.
was it even a book? When we say a book, some people, they are so naive and they are really funny. They say the book. Any book is a speech of somebody. If somebody write it down, that we make it a book. If somebody never write it, still it's the speech. So when you say the book of Enoch, this is the language
Yeah.
we to mention who is the one who is talking. In the book of Enoch, the false book of Enoch, it says that there is gate, and this gate they have guards, and there's doors, and there is like there is a storage room, and there is where God he put gold and silver, and he put hail. So we are talking about a fake false book. Same time, in the book of Enoch, does it say that the sun set in a spring of water in that false book?
No, I don't think
So
that.
why
there's
you
that
are
particular-
changing the topic and why you are playing games? Let us go back to zero. Do you think that the sun set in a spring of water? Based on your understanding, let us say there's a stars, blah, 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 blah. In the stars, if there is a spring of muddy water,
hot water or boiling water.
yeah. But so according to your knowledge, because you used to work in NASA, obviously, did they find that there is a spring of water in the space, and the sun goes there at the sunset time?
You see, there is no space. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no such thing as space. There is water.
There's no space. So what is there?
What is above the firmament? There's water.
Who said that?
Well, there are many references to it, and there will be. I mean, we can. That's like I said, a whole other conversation that we can look into. And from what I understand now,
Okay, I will help you. I will help you. Here we go. Here we go. This is where you get this from. You are a Muslim. And
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, this is where you get the reference from. Otherwise, give me the reference. Here we go. Allah, He is above the water. Underneath Him, there's water. And the top of Him, there's water. Do you agree?
That's a possibility.
Okay. And above Him, there's air. Underneath of Him, there's air. Do you agree?
That's also a very, very likely possibility. Yes.
Okay. So
because if you go above the dome, so let me explain it to you this way.
Before you explain, where do you get this reference from? That there is a God, His name is Allah. Above Him there is air. Underneath of Him there is air. Above Him there is water. Underneath of Him there is water. Where do you get it from?
From you just now. I mean, from watching.
A second ago you mentioned that to me, and now I mentioned the reference for you from Muhammad.
No. You mentioned that to me. You just said that to me.
I said, do you believe that there is a spring of water? Because you keep saying to me there is a stars and heaven, blah blah blah. Okay, so I said to you, according to your understanding, do science or you believe there is a river, there's a spring of water where the sun set in the space. You said to me there's no space, correct?
I said there's no space. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
So I did not mention to you where you get this from. You are the one who mentioned it.
No, you mentioned it. You can go back and
okay. Let us go back to zero. Let us go back to zero. So do you believe that in the space or whatever it is in the
There's
heaven,
no space. Yeah.
there's a spring of water where the sun goes down in it?
It's more like a sea. I would say that there is a sea, but it could just be a spring.
Okay,
It could be
hold on. How the spring became a sea? I mean, could be a sea. What sea?
So basically, above the dome is what separates the
What dome?
air
What
from the
dome?
water.
What is the dome?
The dome is the firmament.
What is the firmament?
The firmament is what God stretched out over the earth, and He put the stars on
Where
the firmament.
where you learn that the God he stretched above the heaven? Where he stretched? What do you mean he stretched?
He created the dome. He separated the water from the waters.
Okay, but where it says separate water from water have nothing to do with what we're talking about. So God, he made us like a container, let us say. We have the atmosphere, we have every source of living. That's what the Bible is talking about. So now I'm asking you, where you got this is from, that God in the top of the dome and he stretched himself and there's a spring of water where the sun set.
Well, he laid the stars on the firmament, and the firmament is separating the earth from the air underneath.
Okay, hold on.
From the water.
Hold on. You see, I'm asking you a very specific question. Spring of water. Arabic is my first language, so
Right.
spring is a spring. We don't say spring, but we mean a refrigerator. We don't say spring, but we mean faucet. We don't say spring, we mean sink. We don't say spring, we mean toilet seat. We don't say spring means sea. Spring is a spring. Do we agree?
I agree.
Okay, but a second ago you said it might be a sea.
No. I said the sea is above the dome. And,
No.
And
I ask you that where we can find a spring of water in the space. You said it might be a sea. You said that.
Yeah, I did. And
Okay,
I stick to
but
it.
the Quran
saying
says,
that there is
but the
no
Quran says a spring. The Quran did not use the word
Yeah.
sea. Do we agree?
I agree.
Okay, solve the problem now. Where we can find a spring of water in the space, or there's no space according to you, where
Correct.
the sun is a big star, right? As I know, the sun is bigger than my house. I don't know, maybe this, but the sun is so big.
Yeah. Some say it's about 3.4 miles large.
The sun is how many?
About 3.4 miles in diameter.
3.4 mile only?
Yes, only. And it's not even very far away from us. It's actually really, really close. Really close.
Okay, I see.
So this is my understanding. See, if you tell me to, I can, of course, outside of
No,
the
you
biblical
know,
example.
okay, hold on. So the sun is so close to us. Where you? What do you mean? Where the sun is so close? And it's 3.5 mile only?
Yes, and so is the moon. They're both the same size, exactly.
My yard is bigger, my friend.
3.4 miles.
Yeah,
in diameter.
my yard is bigger than that. So are you saying the sun is smaller than my yard?
From what I've read, that's what it says it is, and so it's much
And
closer.
where you read that? Where you read that?
I have my sources of information that I tend to believe.
Are you Prophet Muhammad himself? Are you Prophet Muhammad?
No, sir, I'm not.
So, okay, when you say to me source, okay, why you don't show it to me? Is it secret? Are you part of a secret society, like, you know, the Gossip Society?
Not really, but I've done a lot of research outside of just religion and just the
Okay, can you
religious
help me? Because I want to be educated like you. Where you get your source from? I want to educate myself. Come on, don't be selfish.
I'll give that to you in private.
You don't want people to know, don't you? So only me and you, we are the only smart. I got you. Yeah. So we can, my friend. It's very funny, and shame on you. You are not an adult. You are not even an engineer. You are just a kid, and you need to change your medication immediately. Camel urine is not helping you.
Okay.
All right. We thought it's a Muslim, it turned to be a fart. The sun is 3.5 mile in diameter. Okay, solve it now. And the spring, it might be as a sea. Okay. Lord have mercy. See, what we do here is dealing with a lot of mental illness. I mean, it is. And the sun is so close to us. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's so close, you know. But, you know, aren't you Prophet Muhammad himself? You just call me. The Quran say the sun set in a spring water. What his name? Zakir Naik said. With the fitar. The sun said in the Quran. The sun set in the water. With the fitar. If you go to the sun, and you go to the sun, then into the sea, and then you see the sun going in the sea. You would think that the sun going in the sea. So Allah is speak and the sun appeared to us. But he is not saying that the sun is in the sea. Abdul, what sea? What me? What thee? It says a spring of water. There's no sea. And what think we don't think, it says he found it. Not only that, he reached the sitting place of the sun. I mean, what do you want more clear? He reached the sitting place of the sun. So there's a specific place where the sun set. Otherwise, this king, he spent his life in war. Now, finally, in his journey, the Quran is mentioning specific event, which is something very, very important. Finally, he reached the sitting place of the sun. The Abdul, they tried to fix a duct tape. Like, what the heck? Zakir Naik, hey, Muslims, I mean, the guy he's making out of money. Can't you ask him to fix his teeth? Maybe he can speak better one day. He found the sitting place. He reached a specific location. I mean, when they lie, the reason I call them potatoes, I'm not insulting. I mean, those people are very flexible. Potato have no shape. You know, if you put a rock next to the potato when it's growing, the potato will go around the rock. It doesn't have a shape. Potatoes. They reshape their religion as they wish. So it says there clearly, he reached the sitting place of the sun. So what? It's a sitting place of what? Is the sun. He reached where? Reached. It's not the sunset time. No. It doesn't say even the sunset time. It says he reached the sitting place of the sun. And not only that, if you go a few verses after, he reached all the way where the sun rises. What, Alexander the Great, his journey was one day? That's it. And do you need to go anywhere to reach the sunset place? If it's what we see only, I do not need to go anywhere. The sunset here, the sunset there. I do not need to move. The same for the sunrise. So the Quran is made by a stupid donkey. His name is Qadhi, the one who was born 4 years after his father's death, which means Allah knows only who is his father. But you know, Allah is fake God, you know nothing. So until he keep going, until he came to the rising place of the sun. It's in front of you. He found it rising on people for whom Allah had no shelter. So, but isn't it the sun rise everywhere? No. Here, he's not talking about the sun rising everywhere only. He's talking about the rising place of the sun. Otherwise, all of us, we know the sun goes everywhere, even the South Pole, North Pole. But he's talking about a specific location where the sun rises, and in that location, those people, they have no shelter. Now, the Muslim here, they get so confused about who are they, and they claim that they are the black people in the North Pole. You believe me or not, go check it out. The Muslim now, because of the fabrication of scientific miracle of the Quran, they say this is, when it says there is no shelter, he meant the ozone. What the heck? Ozone? Really? And they say they found in the South Pole there's a hole, oops, in the ozone. What happened to the Abdul who wanna call me? And then when we show them what Muhammad said from the hadith, which is good hadith, not even weak. Remember, even weak is accepted. the Muslims, they escape and they take the exit of the highway. It doesn't say that, CP. Now I understand how Muhammad became a prophet. If there is a people like this guy who call me, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. This is Muhammad talking about where the sun set. I was sitting behind the Messenger of Allah, who was riding a donkey. While the sun was setting, he asked, "Do you know where this set?" I replied, "Allah and His Apostle knows best." And here you notice that Muhammadan are not monotheists, they are mushrikeen. Mushrikeen mean they associate a man with their God. They associate other God with their God. The knowledge of Muhammad and the knowledge of Allah is best. They are equal. Muhammad never said, "Don't say that. My knowledge is nothing." And then Muhammad now is so proud because the guy, he just said to him, Allah and His messengers knows best. In fact, Muhammad is asking this question just to show off. Obviously, he loved it. The guy, he gave Muhammad the ego he is looking for. Oh, the Allah and the man, you are the one, Allah and you knows best. So now Muhammad want to show him. Okay, he said it's set in a spring of warm water. In fact, Hamia is not warm, fast translation. It's a very hot water. Very, very, very hot. If we take the word Hamia actually in Arabic here, we will find that this is a description of how hot the hellfire will be in the Quran. The same word. So it's not warm water as the fast translation. Never, never accept Muslim translation for the Quran. They lie. They lie. And most likely, for some reason, some people believe that the boiling water we see in the ground, this is because the sun set in murky water, muddy boiling water. Either the water make it hot again and come back, or the sun making the water hot. As you see, this is the word Hamia mentioned at least twice in the Quran, and is talking about blazing fire. Hamia is not just warm. No, not warm actually. It is very hot. Do we have any Muhammadan beside this guy who believed that the sun set in a spring of water in the sky? And the sun is a 3.5 mile in diameter? I mean, this is not even the size of the zucchini I grow in my backyard. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to call us? Let us go back to do you saw the news of Saudi and the Jews they're looking for the second seal? What second seal? I have no idea what you're talking about. Same time, anything will happen between the Muslims and the Jews, it's a joke, because simply those both, they hate each other to death. But there's one person, he like money. The other person, he like the Jews. You know what I'm talking about. So now they have a benefit. So this is a friend with benefit. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Saudi Arabia is terrified because of the Iranian Shia. The Shia, they are taking over the Middle East. They took over already over Syria. Turkey, a lot of cities are converting to Shiaism. Yemen, most of it now became Shia. Iraq, almost 90% is Shia. So they are expanding so fast, and the Sunni are terrified. Now Saudi Arabia want to shake hands with the Jews because they are left alone. Joe Biden, he don't care for them. He don't even care for he care only for Hunter Biden. Anyway, this is not our topic. So anyone he think that there is a peace agreement between Jews and Muslims, this is a joke. Those people, they don't believe in peace. They believe in business. Both of them. Business. Business comes first. God is not there. They worship money, oil, gold, silver. Even a Muslim, by the way, not a single Muslim believe in Islam. Muslim, they believe in penis and vagina. Why a Muslim want to believe? So he can get the versions. That's all. You don't believe in God. You don't care for God. You want to go and do boom boom. People, they are, you know, you watch news, you believe in the news, right? Like they say to you, Trump, he signed Abrahamic deal. That's false. What Abrahamic deal? Those people even have nothing to do with Abraham. It's just a pure politics and power balance. Iran is going to eat them alive. Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Emirat. Iran can crush them in 5 minutes, not 5 hours. Those people don't even have an army. They could not even fight a militant in Yemen, Shia militant, not an army, a Shia militant. 95% of them are drug dealers and they take drugs. They could not even fight them. How they can fight Iran? So the whole idea you see in the Middle East now in news, don't fool yourself. They don't care for the Jews. They don't like the Jews. They never love the Jews. They wish to get rid of the Jews. This is what the Muslims believe. But now, because they are so weak, Americans are not protecting them as before. Iran is getting stronger and stronger, and Iran is going to attack. Sooner or later, not Israel. Iran will never attack Israel. Iran will attack Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar. And you will see. Anyway, we go back to our topic. This is what happened when people, they mention different things have nothing to do with us. But people believe in the news only, you know, the news. If Iran want to attack Israel, they can attack. Well, who's holding them? They will never dare. It's a joke. Who dare? The Israeli, they can burn Iran in less than a few seconds. They can burn it literally. You know what literally means? Literally. All those things you see in the news is a joke. The Shia, they want to conquer the Muslim Sunni. They want to get back Cairo. Egypt used to be Shia 100%. They want to have it back. And they will. Obama is a Shia, and Biden is trying his best to help Iran. But things is not working for his benefit. This is why you see always when Biden or Obama in the office, they send them money. They use any excuse to send them money. Anything. The second Biden or Obama is in the office, Saudi Arabia is under the threat of Iran. Why? Because they side with Iran. Literally. Yeah, and people believe in the news. Let us see, maybe we have a Muslim. All right, don't say to me hello unless you are a Muslim and you call me. Are you a Muslim? Please, guys, only if you are a Muslim. All right, let us see. Somebody he says he's a Muslim. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Hello.
Yes, my friend, you are live on air. You are a Muslim?
I was born in the Muslim country, and my mother is Muslim.
I don't understand. You are a Muslim from a Muslim country?
I'm from Muslim country, yes.
And you are a Muslim?
I'm Muslim.
All right. How old are you? How old are you, if you don't mind?
Hold on. What?
How
Can you
old?
repeat?
How old are you?
How old are me? How old me?
How old? How old are you?
How?
How old are you?
21st.
20?
21st. Yes.
21, you mean? Okay. So are you from
Okay.
Are you from Indonesia?
Yes. Right.
All right. What do you want to say, my friend? Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. I read your book because my father recommend me your book.
Your father?
My father recommend your book.
Why your father recommend my book? You are a Muslim. Isn't he a Muslim too?
Yes. No.
He-
Because of my father, then the truly my father don't believe in Muhammad, you know.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Okay. And
okay. And the time that I read your book and the translate of Quran translate to Indonesia, it's wrong, you know, like vagina don't read as vagina.
I don't understand what?
Hello, what?
I don't understand what you said. Translation wrong. You mean my translation is wrong?
No, the Quran translation to Indonesia
Ah, okay.
as your read in book.
Okay.
Okay, but I thought in Muhammad as a prophet, you know. But my question is, how dangerous is Islam, you know?
How
How dangerous
dangerous?
is Islam? What?
How dangerous if you left Islam?
No, how dangerous is Islam? Where you say that Islam is the false religion, and then how dangerous is Islam?
I don't know. I didn't trying to understand. So I say Islam is a false religion. And
Hmm?
what do you want to ask me?
Okay, and you can open the Quran chapter 9 at-Taubah,
Okay, at Tawbah, chapter 9, verse number 29.
uh, number 29. Okay, I read the tafsir ulama,
Uh-huh. What chapter 9, what verse?
verse 29, as you said.
Okay.
Okay, and then
What about it?
non-Muslim have to pay jizya.
The Christian, they have to pay jizya, not Muslims.
Yes, non-Muslim.
Hmm.
Non-Muslim have to pay jizya,
Yeah.
and the tafsir of I read the tafsir of Shihab,
Hmm.
Indonesian ulama.
Okay.
He read jizya means tax.
Yeah, that's false. You can
Why?
read if you want. Do you Indonesian have Ibn Kathir in Indonesian language?
No,
You don't have Ibn Kathir in Indonesian language?
no, I don't have.
Okay, we have somebody, his name is Emperor. Text me, Emperor, maybe you can join the conversation and translate. So if you try to search Ibn Kathir in English, you will see that Ibn Kathir said clearly that the Christians, they have to pay that because they are filthy and they refuse to convert to Islam. You don't pay tax because you are filthy. And he's made it clear that the Caliphate Umar, this is why the Caliphate Umar, he commanded the Muslim not to respect the Christian and not to treat them nicely. In fact, the opposite, and he to treat them in a miserable way because they are not accepting Prophet Muhammad. So this is not tax, because people pay tax and nobody will spit at you and nobody will humiliate you and nobody will make fun of you. You pay tax like everybody. But Christians are not equal citizens in their own land after the Muslims occupy it. Christians, they are treated very miserably. And we can open right now Ibn Kathir in English and we can read for you. I can give you the link of Ibn Kathir, and you can maybe use Google Translation to translate to your Indonesian language. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. So if we go in chapter 9, Ibn Kathir, I will put it for you in the screen. And then we go to verse number 29. I will give you the page in a second. Here we go. So this is the page of Ibn Kathir. I will put it on the screen. And I will send you the link. Are you a male or a female?
I'm female.
Okay. This is the link. This is the link. I'm sending it to you. All right. Why you don't let your father join us, the one who recommended my book? Invite him. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. So here you see Ibn Kathir. You can open the link, use Google browser, and you will see Ibn Kathir explain how and why the Muslim should not respect and treat the Christian nicely. In fact, the Prophet said if a Muslim he meet a Christian or a Jew in the street, he have to force him to walk in the sewage. So if we go down here, it says the following, that paying jizya is a sign of disgrace and feel themselves subdued. I mean, there's you can read the translation here. Like, you know, when those Christians, you see them in the street, you have to make them subdued. You have to make fun of them. You have to insult them. And here, read with me carefully. Paying jizya is a sign of kufr and disgrace. It's not tax. Tax, people pay tax, is not a sign of disgrace. Do you see it?
Oh. And prepare this army to fight the Romans and kill people to
go down where it says jizya in the page, almost in the middle of the page. It says
jizya is a sign of kufr and disgrace.
See, so the sheikhs who said to you it's a tax, he's a liar, because Indonesian they pay tax, right? But doesn't mean that they are going to be disgraced for paying tax. Actually, in fact, if you pay tax, that means you are a good citizen and nobody will disgrace you. If you don't pay tax, then you will be disgraced. Here, if you pay it, that means you are disgraced. So they lie when they say this is just a tax.
Yes.
It says here, until they pay the jizya, if they don't choose to embrace Islam. And then he says here, with willingly submission, in defeat. They are defeated. And here he says, disgraced, humiliated, belittled. Therefore, Muslims are not allowed to honor the people of the Dhimma, which means the Christian and the Jews, or elevate them above the Muslims. For they are miserable, disgraced, humiliated. Muslims recorded, etc., that the Prophet says, if you meet a Christian or a Jew in the street, force him to the most narrow alley, which means the sewage. In the old days, there was a line in the side of the road, which is a sewage at that time, like an open line, you know, like a deep hole, go around, like all along with the road, in the side of the road, where dirty water go there. So if a Christian and a Muslim walking, when they met, the Christian should jump in the dirty sewage, so he will be disgraced, for he refused to accept Muhammad as a prophet. So what do you think? You want to stay as a Muslim?
You know, my father and my mother is spread way because my father believe not believe in Islam, and my mother believe in Islam, and I live with my mother because my mother is Islam, and my mother don't want me to live Islam, you know.
Your mother, she want me to stay as a Muslim or leave Islam?
Yes.
Yes, what?
My mother want me to stay Islam.
Stay Islam, okay. But what about you? You want to stay as a Muslim? What do you think? Do you think Islam is a good
No.
religion? So why you don't?
No, but
Yeah.
not a good religion, but I don't think Islam is dangerous for any religion.
I just showed
No,
you that Islam. So now, if Islam will be practiced in Indonesia, you Indonesian Muslims should spit at the Christians, beat them, humiliate them, and disrespect them. So, and you say to me, Islam is not the religion of, is not dangerous, and even kill them.
Can you repeat what you were saying before?
I'm saying, I just showed you Ibn Kathir giving
Yes.
interpretation for the verse says that, and the Muhammad said, if you see a Christian or a Jew in the street, you should treat them miserably, disrespect them. And that verse is speaking about killing them. If they don't pay jizya, if they don't pay money, kill them. So Islam is a gang. They come to the store of a guy, he opened a store, they say to him, pay us to protect you, otherwise we will kill you. So what do you mean Islam is not dangerous?
No, but I don't think like that. So because of my livelihood is Islam. My livelihood is Islam, and there is many good Muslim, you know.
I don't care how many good Muslim there is. There's nothing that's called good Muslim. Good Muslim is a terrorist. If you are not a terrorist, you are not a good Muslim.
Oh, what?
Yeah, a good Muslim is someone who hates the Christian and the Jews and the Hindus, and he hates everybody. Yeah. Okay. I will go. So you say to me, your father is not a Muslim no more, correct? Okay. Do you love your father? Do you love your father?
I love my.
I don't hear you. Get close to the microphone, please. Get close to the microphone. I cannot hear you no more. What happened?
I love my father, absolutely.
You love your father, right?
Yes.
All right. But that means you are not a Muslim. What happened?
I know that in Quran, right, in Al-Ma'idah,
Huh?
in the chapter Al-Ma'idah, verse, I don't know, I forget verse, but yes, Muslim do not interact with non-Muslim, right?
No.
Even if
The Quran in
he-
chapter 58, verse number 22, the Quran says, you will not find any good Muslim who believe in Allah, any Muslim who believe in Allah, love those who oppose Allah. Who is the one who oppose Allah? Your father. He just asked you to read my book.
Yeah.
So do you love your father or you don't love your father now?
Well, you know, any scholar in Indonesia don't teach that.
I don't care about, I just showed you a verse in the Quran. What scholars?
Maybe different tafsir in.
You can read
Yes.
all tafsir, no problem. You will not find, the Quran is so clear, you will not find any believing person in Allah and His Messenger loving those who oppose Allah, even if they are their father, their mother, their brothers, their sons, their daughter, their sisters. It says that in front of you. So you should leave Islam because you love, actually you left Islam already because you love your father. Do you see how evil Islam is? Why you don't love your father? What's wrong? Is your father, did he do something bad to you?
No.
Okay. So why you cannot love him?
Yeah. it's true that Muslim must to obey the Quran like that.
Yeah, if you don't obey, that means you're not Muslim. It says in front of you, you will not find anyone who believes in Allah and the last day loving those who oppose Allah. You will not find. So if you find, that means he is not a believer. And you said you love your father, so you are not a believer. You are out of Islam. I'm happy for you. You just left Islam.
Yeah.
Are you happy because you left Islam now?
Not because my mother still.
Well, let her talk to me. I will talk to her. Bring your mother. Where's your mother?
No. My mother is asleep, and she cannot English language.
Why you don't let her talk to me? You can translate to her if you don't speak English.
She sleep in Indonesia. This is very late night. In Indonesia, late night time. This.
I understand. Anyway, what do you think about accepting the Messiah as your savior? Do you love the Messiah?
I don't know about Christianity. I don't know.
You do not know.
20 years. Yes. 20 years. I am a Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what do you want? What do you think about the Messiah? The Quran says he can raise people from death. He can heal. He can resurrect, the dead one, make the blind see. He can tell you what you hide in your houses. Even he can create from the mud the bird. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, but this mean that Jesus is the creator?
Yeah, I know.
So, shouldn't you worship?
Is that true?
Shouldn't you worship? Yeah. Shouldn't you worship the creator?
You said Quran is false, but when Messiah make bird from sand, is it true?
Well, I believe that the Messiah, he is the creator, but I believe the story about creating a bird is a false story. However, that will not change the fact that the Messiah is a creator. Why? Because when the Messiah, as an example, he gave eyes to the blind man, he created eyes. He's a creator. When he resurrected other person from death, Azhar, he is a creator because you create life again. You give life. The body decay. When a person he die right away, body will start decay, and in order to give a body life again, you have to give him new creation. So the Bible confirmed that Jesus is the creator, and the Bible says everything created by him and for him. So yes, Jesus is the creator, regardless of the story of the Quran. I'm using the Quran just to show you that even the stupid Quran could not deny that Jesus is the creator. But shouldn't you now, as long as you decide to leave Islam, worship Jesus, who is the creator, who created you?
In Islam, when people non-believe in Allah, that is go to hell. What about in Christian? I don't know.
Well, don't worry about Allah. I laugh at Allah, and I'm sure I will not go to hell. In fact, the Quran says every Muslim will go to hell. Don't you know?
Yes, in Maryam verse 71, right?
So you read the Quran?
Little bit.
Okay. So we have a verse, ما منكم إلا واردها. It says not even a single Muslim, but he will enter hell. So in Islam, there is no salvation. In Christianity, we have a promise from the Lord, the Messiah, and as long we have witnesses that the Messiah, he raised people from death. Well, he can raise us from death, and he can give us life. The one who can give life once, he can give it again. Correct?
No.
So why you don't accept the Messiah as long as he is a creator? So what is left? What make God God?
Okay. But why Messiah live in modern day like this?
What?
Why Messiah not live in this day, you know.
Well, the Messiah, the Messiah, he will come when time for him to come. Everything have timing. Everything have timing. Like, you know, do you eat bread in Indonesia?
What?
Do you eat bread in Indonesia?
Yes.
Okay. If you notice, if bread, how they make a bread? They bring flour, they mix it with water, they add some, like some people they add oil, some people they add salt, some people they add many things. But if you eat the dough, it's disgusting. If you try to eat it before you cook it in the oven and before you give it time to be ready, the dough will taste so bad. You cannot eat it. But then when it is time, the bread will become bread, and then that bread will become delicious. So this is how life is, the plan of God, that everything happen on time. And when the time for the bread of life, which is the Messiah, come, then we will see him and he will save us. So he will come back. Even in the stupid Quran says that the Messiah right now in heaven. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Anything if you eat, if a woman she gave delivery for a baby, before its time the baby might be sick or maybe die, correct?
Right.
Everything have a time. And the Messiah will come when it's time for him to come. And that will be in the day of judgment. And then he will judge you, and judge your father, judge your mother, judge your country, judge me, judge the whole world. So if you wanna be with the true loving Lord, the one who can save you and save your family, that is the Messiah. What do you think?
Muhammad linked to love to war, you know.
Muhammad is what? Muhammad what?
Linked to he described to love war.
He love war. Muhammad, he loved women and sex. You know, Muhammad.
No.
Yeah.
Love war. With W-A-R.
Love war, you mean?
Yes, war.
Yeah, but he do war for the sake of sex. He said, attack the Romans so you can get the blondie girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Right. As long as you know my book, so attack the Roman, get the blondie girls. He don't love war because he love Allah. He love war so he can get blondie women, and he is racist. He did not promise them Asian women. All of them, they want white women in the heaven. In the heaven, you know that women in heaven will be white, correct?
All right.
Okay, what's wrong with the Asian? Why he don't say you will have Asian women? What's wrong with the Asian? What about black women? They are not good looking?
Yeah.
There's good looking everywhere. It doesn't matter if you are Asian or black or white. As an example, I am white, but I'm not good looking. I look scary. I don't think Allah will promise women in heaven someone like me. That would be scary. So if Muhammad is a prophet of God, he will not tempt his men to go to war just for the sake of a blondie women. He is racist. Even boys in heaven, they will be white. Even when the beast come back, the beast, he will make people black and white. There's no even Asian, black and white. What do you like to be, by the way, black or white?
I like the smart men, like.
You like what? No, you. I'm not asking you what men you like. I'm saying, what do you like to be yourself? Like when you go to heaven of Allah, if you go, you would like to be black or white? Because black will go to hell according to Muhammad.
To be like me, of course. To be like me.
To be like you. You don't want to be neither black or white. You want to be you. That's a good answer. That's wonderful. So what do you think? Do you want to stay as? I mean, you left Islam now. But you are not being saved yet. You know, if I am you, I will accept the Messiah as your Savior. What do you think about the Messiah? Don't you think he's amazing? He is the one. Did you try to read the Bible?
No,
Why you don't try?
not yet.
Why you don't?
Don't have time. Maybe because I just finished read your book
So you read my book in English or in Indonesian language?
in Indonesian language.
Okay. Why you don't read it in Indonesian? We have Indonesian copy.
No, in Indonesian language, I say.
Indonesian language. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm very happy that your father he asked you to read my book, and now today you left Islam. But I will be more happy for you if you accept the Messiah as your Savior.
Yeah, I will. I will read the Bible and learn to it.
So what do you think about the Messiah? When the Bible speak about the man, he should love his wife. What do you think about that? Where in the Quran it says love your wife? The Quran says beat your wife.
I don't know. Yeah.
What do you think? And why the Bible teach that men and women in heaven they will be the same, they will be equal?
Yeah.
So what do you think?
I think every religions
Christianity
is
Christianity is not a religion. Christianity is a life, is not a religion. Christ is our Lord, is not a priest of a religion. He is the maker, the creator, he is the Son of God, and he is the Savior. So we don't follow a religion, we are following the Savior.
Do you mind if I share you? If you can, you can search Tafsir al-Misbah, which is that is written by Shihab, and through that verse number 29, chapter 9, he says that jizya is tax, and when you say that is
My sister, those are liars. I just showed you Ibn Kathir, not a potato sheikh from Indonesia who don't dare to call me. Those are liars. They don't even speak Arabic. Though even they speak Arabic, how they can explain the Quran? How somebody can explain a book he cannot even read? Yeah, isn't it? You know, if you go right now, there's tons of videos Muslims speaking about jihad, killing non-Muslims, you know, and we showed you the Quran, and the Quran is so clear. Why actually, in fact, why we need even interpretation for a book which is God, which is Allah? He said, He made it clear. Isn't it the Quran? Isn't it the Quran says that Allah made the Quran clear? Correct? Okay, so if Allah made the Quran clear, and then we need a million interpretation to make the clear Quran clear, that means the Quran isn't clear. That means Allah is a joke.
Yeah.
Correct?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So all of those, you know, all of those is a joke. Either Allah He made it clear, or He did not make it clear. And you will notice that every Muslim, not a single Muslim, agree with the other Muslim.
Yeah.
So the Quran have a fabrication. Can we even understand anything in the Quran? Nothing is understood. Nothing. Do you speak Arabic?
No.
But isn't it the Quran says we made it in Arabic to make it clear for you?
Maybe I read it, maybe.
No.
Right.
I'm saying if the Quran
Yeah.
saying, if the Quran saying Allah made the Quran in Arabic so you as a Muslim can understand, is that a wise statement?
No. No.
How
not right.
the Muslim they say that the Quran was sent by Allah for all mankind, and then the Quran itself saying we made the Quran in Arabic so you might understand.
Yeah. Yeah. We have to pray. We have to salat in Arabic language. I think why we have to salat in Arabic language?
Because this is a
we
racist religion. The Arab, they dominate you, they control you, and now even your name is Arabic, even your prayer in Arabic, and a language you don't understand. So
yeah.
you say things to Allah, you yourself you cannot even understand. Stupid religion. I will make a prayer now. What is that? I don't understand what I'm saying myself. I don't understand what I'm saying. So how I can pray? You know, right? And how the Quran is sent by Arabic so you might understand. And then most of Muslims don't even know an Arabic word. This is a stupid religion. Even the Quran says Allah never sent a messenger except in the tongue of his people. So I can be, according to the Quran, a messenger to the Arab because I speak Arabic, but I cannot be a messenger for the Indonesian. So how Muhammad became your messenger?
If Indonesian has profit, Indonesian must have profit, not Arabic profit. Okay.
I don't understand. Anyway, my sister, I'm happy for you that you left Islam, but I would like you to accept the Messiah as your savior. Because listen, you are young, yes. You said you are 21 years old.
Yeah.
That means you are older than me, you know. So you are like my older sister. And now, what if tomorrow me or you die? You will go to hell because you are not saved. So why you don't accept the Messiah as your Lord?
I want to learn. I want to learn it.
Okay. Do you have some Christian Indonesian friends?
No.
You don't? In your area, there's no Christian Indonesian. There's only Muslims.
What?
You don't have like anyone a Christian can explain to you the Bible?
No, I don't have.
Okay, well, I want you to keep listening to my channel, and if you have a question, read the Bible, and you can text me. Usually, I don't allow people to text me, but you can text in the chat, you know, here, and you can ask me the question. I will try to remember your name. It's better to text me in Skype too, just to tell me, hey, I am the one I called you before, because I got a lot of people calling me, and I don't remember really people.
Okay, thanks.
I think there is a channel in Discord. Christians, they go there, Indonesian Christian, and maybe they can help you. Who is Indonesian in the from the admins here? Who is Indonesian from the admins? We have Lisa, she is Indonesian. I don't know if she's in the chat, and we have Carolina, and I'm not sure who else. So maybe if you speak to the admins in the chat, they can you can join them.
Okay.
Okay. And there is a person. His name is Emperor in the chat. You know, Emperor, why you don't call me? Emperor 77. Can you call? Call my Skype.
Okay.
Yeah. So I will see if I can find you somebody to contact you and speak to you. And please don't exchange private information. There's no need for you to ask them about where they live, who they are, and no need for you to tell anyone who you are too. All right?
Okay.
Don't trust anybody. Be careful.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of evil people. No, don't laugh. There's a lot of evil people.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that.
When I was kid, I go to madrasah, go to school, learn Quran, learn how to read Quran. When I kid, I was go to school and learn read Quran and hear what the scholar saying, what the ustad saying. And now I don't know. Okay.
Emperor, you said you texted me. I don't see your text.
Okay.
Not you. There's a person, he wanna join us. He wanna join us because he is Indonesian. I don't know if it's he or she. Emperor, just text this account here. All right. Okay. I will invite a person to join me.
Okay.
All right. And let us see how we can invite somebody to conversation. Add the person. Give me a minute. I'm trying to find the person. Okay. Well, if you don't want your name to be known, the one who texts me in Skype, then you change your name before I make you join the conversation. Change your name. Change your name before I make you join the conversation.
Okay.
Not you. You don't have a name anyway, in your Skype. Yeah, we will continue talking until they change the name, and then I will make them join. So listen, do you have any question about the Bible you want like me to answer you?
No, I don't know.
What do you think? What do you think about Mary?
Maria.
Maryam, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about Maryam?
She's a good woman.
Only good women?
What do you want?
Well, look, Mary, in the Quran, she is the only one chosen by God for a message from heaven, correct?
Correct.
If there is any women in the world in Islam, she have such a thing? Such an honor?
No.
So Mary is not just a good woman. There's many good women. Right?
Yeah.
I think you are a good woman too.
Thanks.
Okay, so, but obviously, there is something more than just good women.
2001 to get the
Why,
Messiah.
why Mary? Why Mary? She was a virgin when she gave birth. When she, like, when she received the gift from God, which is the Messiah. How? Why she was virgin? Didn't you ask your sheikh why? Okay, the Messiah, he was a God, a gift to Mary, and she have a child. But why she was a virgin? Why you don't? Abraham, he have a children from his wife, right?
Right.
Okay, and it was gift from God too. I mean, Abraham, his wife, she cannot have babies. But why only Mary is the only woman in the world? She was a virgin, yet she is giving birth.
Because she is holy.
Because he's holy, amazing. That's beautiful. The Quran, if we go in the Quran, in chapter 19,
Yeah.
it says that the gift, that when the angel came to Mary, they said to her, to give to you the gift of a holy son, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is Muhammad a holy son? No. Right?
Yeah.
We cannot compare between Muhammad and the Messiah. This is an insult to the Messiah. But just because you are coming from a Muslim family, just to show you. So even the Quran confirmed that the Messiah is holy son. Holy son of whom? Who is his father? I don't hear you.
And no one is her father. No one is her father. No one.
No one. Okay, but how is that possible that nobody have, I mean, he is born. If there's anyone beside Messiah is born, but he have no father?
No. No one. Only Messiah.
What's wrong with them then? So Messiah is different from everybody. He is the only one is holy. He is the only one right now in heaven. He is the only one is still alive. He is the only one born of a virgin. He is the only one who can make the blind see. He is the only one who can resurrect people from death. He is the only one who can make the one cannot walk. I mean, what is left? He is the only one who can create from the mud a bird. He's a creator. So what is left?
Yeah.
If I am you, I will accept the Messiah as my Savior because there is nothing left. What is left? A description for God. And the Bible complete the mission. The Bible make it clear that the Messiah forgives sin. The Messiah is the resurrector. The Messiah is the one who has the power over the flesh. And he is the Son of God. So what do you think about accepting the Messiah as your Lord?
Okay.
You want to accept him?
Maybe yes.
I mean to
I
that.
want to ask in the real life Christianity.
You want to accept
Christianity.
Christianity?
Maybe yes.
All right, I'm happy for you, my sister. Here we go. Now you are my sister in Christ. So do you believe that the Messiah is your Lord and your Savior?
Yeah.
I mean to that.
Yeah.
So, and you reject Muhammad, he is a false prophet?
Muhammad is, yeah, I don't believe Muhammad is a
Wonderful.
prophet.
I'm so happy for you, my friend. I'm going to let somebody talk to you, but
Yeah.
before I, let him join us,
Yeah.
let us see. I will let the person. I will call you back in a second. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I want to be sure that this person is a Christian before I share the identity. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
All right, my friend, you are a Christian? Hello?
Hello?
I hear you.
Should I close YouTube?
Okay, you can close. You know, it's okay. You know, I'm not going to let you join to talk to her because you are a male. I thought you are a female. I prefer a female to talk to her. Let me call her again. I will find somebody, a female from Indonesia, to call her.
Okay, hello.
Yes, you know, I will maybe either today or tomorrow, I will let somebody contact you, a Christian, from those Indonesian who live maybe in the state, and they can help you, you know, in like to keep in touch with you and you know, to help you if you have any questions, and you can join them in like Bible study.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, I want.
I'm happy for you, and I will find you somebody for sure.
Okay.
All right. And if you want to bring your mother to talk to me, I will be happy to talk to her, even in private. Okay.
Okay, okay.
But like you have to be both of you. I don't talk in private to a female alone. You have to be you and your mother or your dad there. All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm happy for you, sister. And look, the people in the chat, they are so happy for you and they are praying for you. And I ask all the Christians to pray to our sister. I cannot say any name. I don't even see her name anyway. We pray for her. We pray for her family. We pray for her mother to see the truth, and the truth will set her free. We pray that the Lord will make this lady a messenger between her family and to bring people to Christ, and she will be loving. And remember, you have to love your parents. Even the Muslim mother, she is a Muslim, yes, but still you have to love her. The Messiah taught us to love our parents and to love everybody, even our enemies. You know, so you love your mother, nothing will change, and you try because you love her, because you love your people. You know, we love Indonesian people because you love them. We want them to accept the Messiah, so we can be all of us in heaven together as one family. Doesn't matter what color we are, doesn't matter what ethnic, and doesn't matter what language we speak.
Yeah.
All right, my sister. Thank you, and God bless you.
The last one. I hope.
Yeah. Do you have?
I hope you will debate with ulama Indonesia. I really
No
appreciate.
problem. I would love to, but you see, those arbitrators, they don't dare to call me. What I can do, if you can find their Skype, any of those they call themselves stars, I will call them. Just give me their Skype.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can send them email, like don't use your name, fake email, and send them. Here, stars, do you have a Skype? I want to talk to you. You know?
You know, he's very popular. They are very popular. They maybe they don't read my email. So
well, if you you know, they are racist as usual. So you can like usually if they find like a profile of a woman, she is blonde and wearing short skirt, right away they will respond. You know, they will respond. Yeah. No, I'm telling you, this is the Muslim sheikh. This is who they are. You know, they say sister, sister. The second they see a short skirt, you know. So if you put for them a profile, I'm not asking you to lie, but this is how they are. They might not respond to you, but if it's a blonde woman, she is white, she is wearing short skirt, all the ustaz in the world, they will respond immediately. Yeah, this is the truth. Yeah, they are like their prophet, you know. They are like they are the same as Muhammad. Are they going to be better than Muhammad? No, they will not. You know, Muhammad he went to his own son's wife and he flirted with the wife in her husband's house. All right, sister. Well, I will be happy to, you can anytime send me a Skype of any ustaz you know, and you sit and watch and you will see how they will run away from me, those cowards.
okay, thank you, Chibu.
All right, okay, God bless you.
Yes.
Bye-bye. All right. We have a Muslim, he is trying to call me, or he said, call me, I will expose you. Really? Yeah. He will expose me. That's deep. Well, don't call me in a group, call me as an individual. Text me as individual. What is your name? Use your name, any name. They call yourself Muslim Potato, I don't care. But why you are making a group? You can call me, and the other person call me, and the other person call me. Group. Potatoes. Do we have any brave Muslim would like to join us? Oh, here we go. This is a Muslim. Hello?
LC Pig.
What?
LC Pig.
Yeah, so now your name is a Muslim now.
Yes, for sure.
You are a Muslim.
Blocker, the blocker.
So you are a Muslim, right? Why you lied to me first time?
You're a blocker. You're a blocker.
Why you lied to me? Why you lied to me?
What do you mean? Why I lied to you? I have been calling you.
Okay.
You have not been picking.
Oh, you're answering. Oh, okay. So what do you want to say to us? Your sister, she just left Islam. What do you think?
Okay. Firstly, we are going to debate about the lies that you lied to her. But firstly, let me tell you that.
No, give me the first lie. Give me the first lie.
Okay, you said that the Quran teaches that Jesus is God.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that.
You said that. You said that the Quran says that Jesus raised the dead. So if
I said the Quran said that Jesus is the creator, correct?
No. Okay, let us debate. You speak for your time, I speak for my time, and I will debunk you.
No, we talk in the same time. You can't talk in the same time. Let's go to the verse, can we?
We talk at the same time. Why are you running? Challenge, simple challenge.
Okay, we are. What happened to you? Take it easy. We will go to the verse.
Oh, we want to put equal time. We want to set the time limit.
Why you are upset? Why you are upset?
Because we want to speak for time limits. You know, you talk because I know you take.
Okay, you can talk. You are talking. Nobody block you. You are talking. So now, can we read the verse?
You will block me.
I'm not blocking you. You are talking. Stop crying.
Okay, let us 1 minute. One minute.
Okay, there's nothing. You talk. Okay. Can you tell me the verse about Jesus creating things in the Quran?
Okay, let us go to the verse and I school you.
Okay, but don't speak fast so I can understand you.
Okay, only if you can let me talk for 1 minute.
Okay, what is the verse? Which verse we are talking about?
Okay, let us go to the verse, Quran chapter 3, verse 49.
Okay. What the verse saying?
The verse says that Jesus did not, it is not a live bird that he created a mood bird.
Don't speak fast. Speak slow so I can understand you.
Okay, I said the verse says that Jesus did not create a live bird, he created a mood bird, a bird from mood.
What? He created
right?
What? Created what?
A bird from
a bird. Clay. A bird, yeah, a bird. Okay, a bird. Okay, from mud.
Clear bird. Yes, not a real bird. It is a clear bird from mud. You know, like people used to do.
Okay. How Allah created Adam?
Allah created Adam from dust. And he said to him, "Be at the dust."
Okay, in the Quran, Allah He said He created Adam from dust.
Yes.
Can you show me the verse?
359.
359. Okay. Read it for us.
Okay, in the Masali is in Allah, the likeness of Jesus in the sight of Allah, Kamasali Adam, is just like that Adam. He created him from dust. So
where it says dust?
You are facing it.
It says turab.
Yes.
The turab is dirt. So you mean dirt?
Yes, it's still the same thing.
Okay. So when Allah He created Adam from dirt, is it was dirt or He make it mud, clay?
He was first made from clay. After that, He said to him, "Be and come."
Okay, but so what is the problem then? I ask you, how Allah created Adam? You said to me from dust.
Yes.
Okay, but isn't the Quran says in different verse Allah created Adam from a clay too?
Clay means with water is
exactly. So Jesus He mixed dirt with water and He made a clay. Do we agree?
Yes.
And what He did next after that?
He breathed air into it and then.
Hold on, I did not hear you. Did you just say that Jesus He breathed into it?
Yes, He breathed into it.
So
Hair.
what came from the breath of Jesus when he breathed?
It is hair.
It's what?
Hair.
What hair?
Yeah.
Hair.
Yes, for sure.
What hair? What do you mean hair?
What do you mean? Oxygen for sure. What?
Oh, you mean air. Okay. So Jesus, he from his chest, air came, and that is life. Correct?
No, the verse says, and it becomes a bird with the permission of God. So it is God who commanded that.
No, we will go to the second part one by one. You are trying to analyze one by one. So now Jesus he breathed. You said what comes from his chest is air. Okay, what the air did?
Hair did not do anything. I wait for the permission of God. God now
the air do nothing. So why he breathed?
He breathed air as a form of a miracle.
What the air did? The Messiah, he breathed air into the mud, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what the air did, you said did nothing. So why he breathed air?
That is why I'm trying to tell you. Let me finish, Christian Prince. After he breathed the air to make it to impress the people.
To do what?
I said, then God commanded the mood that
before. Hold on. Slowly. Don't speak fast. I don't understand you. So Jesus now he breathed air into the empty form of the bird. Like outside is a clay, inside him is empty. What is the air which Jesus he did inside the bird? What that do? The clay bird. What that air did? You said nothing, correct?
The hair did not. It's just like
okay. So why he was blowing? He was whistling. Why he breathed air?
Because people are there. You know, Jesus is want to make them to believe in God Almighty.
Because what? So Jesus he breathed air. Is he faking it? Is it fake?
It is not faking.
So?
It's the miracle.
No. Hold on. When the bird became alive, it's after Jesus he breathed into the bird, right?
Yes. It's after. Yeah.
Now I wanna ask you in the front of everybody. Does it say in the verse anything about air?
Yes, he breathed into it. What did he breathe?
Where it says air.
What can human be breathe?
Okay, guys, I want you to be my witness. So when the word says breathe, that means air is coming from inside Jesus, correct?
Yes, from a human being. That is for human being.
Okay.
Yes.
No, you see, you said breathe mean air coming. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus is a human being.
No problem. Allah he breathed. Did he breathe air or something else?
Okay, let me answer. Please, 1 minute. Don't interrupt me, Christian, please. I know you. You see, you accept, but later on you still interrupt me. You still go back. Okay, the Quran says that Allah breathe. How does Allah breathe? By commanding that spirit to go. He breathed by his command. He commanded.
Hold on. So you Muslims believe. Hold on. So you Muslims believe that when the Quran says Allah breathed, it is the Holy Spirit breathing?
No, the Quran says Allah breathe.
Okay. So what is the action Allah did when He says breathe? What is that action? What action?
The action is going to command the breathing of the spirit of the soul to.
What commanding? Hold on. It says I breathe. The same as it says here in Jesus' case. It says I breathe. Allah He breathe.
Yes.
Okay. So why you are saying things is not the Quran? That the Quran says that when Allah breathe, He is asking the spirit to breathe, or He is the one who breathe?
No, Allah is commanding the spirit to breathe.
Okay, right? Hold on. So, okay, hold on. Guys, the Quran is commanding the spirit to breathe. So why the Quran saying, I breathe? Allah said, I breathe.
That is because that is a breathing.
What do you mean breathing? If He is the one who breathed, then He should say, I commanded the spirit to breathe, but He said, I breathe.
It is still the same thing.
With what?
I can breathe.
What?
Let me explain.
Why everything needs tons of okay. Why it says did He say I command the spirit to breathe, or His I breathe?
The Quran does not just say I breathe. It says I breathe the spirit.
No problem. I breathe from my spirit. So Allah have a spirit. No problem.
Yes, this is because He created it. All the spirits are created by Allah.
Okay, but Allah He breathe, isn't breathing is pushing air?
For human being, yes. Now I'm breathing, right? Now I'm breathing.
I don't care
It's
when
air.
Allah is using the same phrase we use, so that means He breathe. Otherwise, He will not use it.
According to you, Genesis chapter 1 verse 26, God to breathe. Your own God.
No
breathe.
problem. Here we
So
go. Did I say no? Our God is He's a man, so we have He have hands, He have fingers. Shut up. So you see, you're stupid. So now is Allah is a man who He breathe or He's not? What happened? Is Allah a man who breathe or not? Hello? Abdul using the internet of the neighbors. Are you there? Hello? Muslim don't pay for internet. Are you there?
okay.
Okay. So now, what the Quran says, did Allah say in the Quran, I commanded the spirit to breathe into Adam, or He said I breathe? You said I, He said I breathe. Breathe. According
Yes.
to you, everybody
Breathe.
heard you. Everybody heard you
Breathe.
saying that Jesus, He breathed air, correct?
Yes.
But nowhere in the Quran it says that.
Okay. What can human be breathe? Now we are breathing.
Shut
What are
up.
you breathing?
No. You're saying you are a Quran only. Jesus,
pig.
listen. So if Jesus, He breathed air, you idiot, how in the world that bird will be alive? It's just air. Is the bird
Look at the verse.
is the bird is a balloon? I ask you. When Jesus, He breathed air, what that did?
That is why I'm trying to explain, but you always stop me
You keep
because you are
explaining,
afraid.
but you say nothing. Why He breathed air if air will do nothing?
That's why I'm answering.
Yeah.
Okay. The similar example that you gave is that okay, why did He created the mood? Why did He just commanded the mood to just turn to bed? Your question is illogical.
What mood?
Right?
What mood?
Okay, let me give you a similar example. Here's the Bible, John chapter 11,
Don't
verse
talk.
35.
You are Quran only. Don't go there. You're trying to escape. The humility and the stupidity.
An example.
The humility and the no. This is not example. We cannot compare. You cannot compare between cake and shit. Excuse me. So focus. You are a Quran only. And tell me now, Jesus, He breathed air, and you are the one who said the word air, and you are a Quran only. Where you get the word air from?
Just look at how you expose the ignorant. I'm giving you an
Stop.
example.
No, you said to me you are a Quran only, and I'm asking you, please, can you show me where from the Quran it says Jesus, He breathed air?
What does a human being breathe?
Well, He breathed a spirit. He gave the life to the bird. Jesus is not the same as anyone. If I breathe or you breathe, you cannot. Can you make a bird yourself, a living bird?
I can make it by the permission of God.
Okay, listen. Let us say I will go with you by permission of God. No, you cannot. Here we go. The verse in the front of you, there's only one person, according to Islam, he was able to do this. Do you agree?
No.
Okay, do you have other person in Islam? He breathed into a mud and he make a living bird or living creature?
Please, one minute. Exodus 7:7. Moses
don't change the topic. Give me from Islam a person beside Jesus. He can create from the mud a creature.
According to your own logic, Moses is God because he threw the staff and it becomes a snake.
He did not create anything.
Look at why did he throw it?
Did Moses breathe into this? Shut up. Did Moses breathe into the staff and make it a snake?
So Moses strike it in the ground and give
so you are being stupid. This is God. He made, listen. So see here in the Quran in front of you it says, "I create for you." I. Does it say that?
Yes.
Okay. So
everybody can do that.
Shut up.
What are you talking about?
So when Jesus said, "I create," that means He is the creator, correct?
Of that mood.
What mood? What mood?
That's clear, right? On that shaping of the bird into a clay.
No. He says, "I create for you a figure of a bird," right? I create for you. I create. The word there is
From
أخلق. The word is أخلق, not form. Is that correct?
from
Okay. He
what do you
says
mean?
I أخلق الخلق. What خلق mean? What خلق mean?
That means to create something from something,
To create something from
right?
something. No. Al-Khalq in the Quran, you idiot, is to create something out of nothing.
No, it does not necessarily mean that. Khalaq just means
Okay,
create.
let us see. I will go with you. So guys, remember, the word khalaqa means to create something out of something, correct?
It can be that, it can be anything. It just means to create.
Now it can be anything. A second ago it was no. A second ago it said, you see how stupid you are? Do you see why I hang up on you? You are just a stupid kid. Did you change your diaper? So the word khalaqa, does it mean create out of nothing or something out of something?
The word khalaq just means to create. It can be created in anything, in any form.
No. Okay, if there is anyone in the Quran, he can create beside Jesus and Allah using the word khalaqa.
Yes.
Give me
Even
the person.
Even now, the laptop that I'm using is created, right?
Don't be stupid. What they created? This stupid idiot. We are talking about life, you donkey.
Like Jesus did not create life. He
Okay,
didn't
hold
create
on.
life.
Okay, hold on. The Quran, does the Quran or the Hadith, anywhere in the Islam says that the Creator is the one who creates life?
Who says that?
I'm asking you. You as a Muslim, you have knowledge. You want to get me busted. So in Islam, in the Hadith as an example, does it say anywhere that the one who can create a life is the one we call him a creator?
This is not the Quran, right? The Quran says that Allah is the best of the creators, right?
Okay, so now you made now you made the bigger poo. So now your Quran confirmed that there is many creators.
Yes, I can. Human being can create things like aeroplane that can create all these things.
Okay, so are you saying to me a second ago you said to me the computer is created, correct?
It's created, yes.
So Allah is the best of the creator. That means He is the best who make computers.
Yes, he's best in making those computers also.
So Allah, He make computers too. So when He was said that, He was comparing Himself to the one who make computers.
He can make computer. Can't compare it.
That's okay. But I'm asking you now for the last time, Abdul. I'm losing my patience with you. How many times I left my 5 fingers on your ass? Focus with me. I'm warning you. I'm warning you because this will be one more time in your ass. There's no more space. So listen, if there is anywhere in Islam teach that the creator is the one who can create a life only, yes or no?
Show me the Quran verse.
Don't tell me show me. I'm giving the answer.
I said to create does not necessarily
I'm not.
create.
My question. I want. You see, Muslims are potatoes. They will give me the Quran only so he can change the answer. Give me the answer. In Islam, do you Muslim believe that the one who can create life only is the one can be considered worth of worship? Yes or no?
Created life, yes.
So say it again. What? I did not hear you.
I said the one that creates life is only God. Only God can create life.
Thank you. So the one who can create life is only God, not the one who create computer, you donkey.
Yes, that's why the one who created computer is not God.
Okay, hold on. So the Quran said, let us read the verse together. You're a donkey. You do not know your book. That's why I keep keeping you busted. Shut up.
Donkey.
Shut up. So Jesus, he said, I create for you a bird. I create. By permission of Allah or shut up.
From what?
Hold on. Doesn't matter from what. Doesn't matter. He create a living bird. Shut up. Okay. If somebody hold on. If somebody can create a fly, is he God?
Create a fly?
Yeah. Is he God?
Is it a clear flight or a living fly?
Living fly, you stupid. What do you know? The fly.
Is it a moot fly?
The one now in your nose. The one in your nose. Is it living fly or dead fly?
That's why I'm asking you, because there's a difference here.
I'm asking you. I just told you it's in your nose. So is it dead or alive? What do you think? Usually in your country, fly they come to your nose. They are dead or alive. What do you think?
There are flies that are created from status. There are status.
Okay. So if somebody if somebody, according to Islam, if somebody can create a fly, is he worth of worship? Yes or no?
Is if you create a living fly, a fly that can fly,
Yeah.
he's God. He's God.
Okay, but Jesus created the bird.
No. He
What do you mean no?
A moved bird. Let me talk, Christian Prince. You know the point. Let me answer. Jesus, what he created was not a live bird. It is a moved bird. Then as he breathed into it, it becomes a bird by the permission of God. Meaning God is the one
Abdul.
that
Okay. I will go with you. So when Allah gave Jesus a permission, and what Jesus did with the what does that mean? Permission. So let us say my dad, he said to me, you have a permission to drive my car, but still I need to know how to drive, correct?
Look, the verse says, look at the verse.
Listen. So permission of Allah is a joke, because did Allah give me permission to laugh at him now?
That's not the permission. Look at the verse. I'm bringing your attention to the verse.
Okay,
right?
Hold on. So now Jesus is the creator by permission or not. Still, okay, Allah, he gave him permission to be creator. This is what you are saying to me.
No, the verse says, as he breathed into it, the mood becomes a bird with the permission of God. It becomes a bird. So it is Allah who commanded that mood to turn into a bird.
Okay, hold on. Let us read together. So it says by the permission of Allah, Allah gave Jesus a permission, correct, to create a bird, and he breathed into it. Now I want you to prove to me that when Jesus he breathed, he just gave air, nothing else, and then you will be the winner. Go ahead.
The verse says Allah gave permission to that mood.
I want you to show me. Listen. You said that when Jesus he breathed, he did not breathe life, he breathed air. Show me the reference.
When I want to answer, you always interrupt me. You don't let me finish.
Okay, show me the verse from the Quran that says that Jesus breathed air.
Okay. In Quran chapter 3, verse 49, the verse says, Jesus is going to create a mute bird, and after that...
Stop repeating yourself, you donkey. I'm asking you where it says he breathed air. Where it says he breathed air.
You ask many questions. I want to answer your questions.
Okay, I'm asking you where it says, why I need to repeat the question 1,000 times, where it says he breathed air.
A human being breathes air.
Human breathe air? Okay, I will go with you. So when the angel Jibreel, he came to Muhammad as a man, did he breathe air?
I challenge, show me the Quran where it says that the Jibreel will come to Muhammad and he breathe air.
I said to you, show me where it says Jesus, he breathed air. You said to me, human breathe air.
Yes, human breathe air. That's what human breathe.
Abdul, but here he is creating a bird. So why he breathe then if it's just air?
That is why I'm answering. You don't let me finish my
sentence. You keep saying the same stupid thing. Is it a balloon? Was he making a balloon or a clay?
It is a clay. Everyone can make it.
So why, what the air will do in the process of the creation?
The air, just like example, when the staff of Moses turned to a snake, why did he struck it to the ground?
What does have to do with the breathing? Okay, the stick is a stick. Did Moses? Hold on. Did Moses do anything to the stick? He just throw it.
Okay, throw it, and then it becomes a snake, right?
Okay, so now did Jesus say? Hold on. Did Jesus throw the mud, and then Allah make it bird, or Jesus he created the same as Allah made Adam, a form of a bird, and then he breathed into the bird the same as Allah breathed into Adam?
No, it is not the same. You don't
okay,
have
prove it. Okay, prove it. Give me the air.
That's why I'm giving you answers. Otherwise, you have to stop me because
I'm not stopping you. I keep asking you where it says air. You are a Quran only. You are a fraud. When you say air, it means air. So you prove it. Where is the air?
Okay. The first example is, why did Moses throw the staff to the ground? Why did he do that?
I answered you because it's going to be a snake. He hold it in his hand, so he throw the stick, so the stick became a snake. But this is not a creation. This is not a creation of a life of Moses. Moses never claimed he created anything. Here in Arabic
What
it
did
says, shut up. Here it says, I create for you.
a moot bed?
It says,
A bed of clay.
did Moses says, I create for you?
According to the Bible, yes.
Okay, show me where it says, I create for you. Go ahead.
Okay, so he created life, right? He created life.
Shut
according
up
to the
and show
Bible.
me where it says, Moses says, I create for you.
Okay, he created the life.
Here we go. Hey, don't for me to hang up on you. Don't be a donkey. Be a man.
Exodus-
So now, no, he did not create anything. Okay, hold on. So do you agree? Okay, hold on. Do you agree that Moses then he created the life?
Exodus 7:7. Open it.
Do you agree that Moses created life?
According to the Bible, yes. According to your own logic, your explanation.
Okay, read for me. The Bible says Moses, he said, I create life.
Why don't you not put it in the screen, Christian priest?
I will
Why
put
are you
it.
afraid?
Okay, what verse you want me to put for you on the screen?
Exodus 7:7.
Okay, read it for us.
Put it in the screen.
Okay, you read it for us. I will put it in the screen.
I said,
I will read. I will put it in the screen. Okay, go ahead.
have you put it? I have not.
Read it, potato.
Okay.
Hmm.
YouTube. So Moses must be your God now today.
Let us see. People will laugh at you.
Moses, Christian priest, has adopted another God called
Abdul,
Moses.
shut up and read it.
Okay. It says that Moses struck the staff to the ground and it becomes a snake with the permission of God.
Read the verse. Read the verse.
I have read the verse.
What you said? You said Exodus 7:7, correct?
Exodus 7:7.
Okay, read it for me.
He struck the staff to the ground and it becomes a snake.
You said it says there he created a snake. You said that Moses, he said, I created a snake.
Yes, why did he strike it to the ground?
Shit,
Why
you
it does not
stupid
become
idiot. You see how you will lie. You said to me that Moses, and you were reading it, you says Moses, he said, I created a snake for you.
Yes, why did he strike it to the ground? According to you, I'm using your
Where it says
explanation.
that? No. In the Quran, Jesus said, I create. Did Jesus use the word akhluq? Did Jesus use the
Created
word?
put to a live bed.
Just shut up. You see, I'm losing my patience with you. Did Jesus says, I akhluq? Yes or no?
He created a moot bed, not a live bed.
No, he created life. I create for you a bird.
From moot.
Doesn't matter. This is how Allah created Adam from mud too, from mood. Isn't this the same material Allah he used?
Let me talk. I
Shut
said
up.
everyone
Don't call me again, donkey. I mean, I'm losing my patience with you. Come back like your prophet. No dignity. He breathed air. Just shut up. Don't call me. Son of Muta. You are a whore. You have no dignity. He breathed air. Why? He was making a balloon. He created a bird. He said, I create for you. And you know, I can say I am the one who gave the permission to Jesus too. Talk is cheap. Whore religion, whore prophet, whore followers, whore manipulation. You Muslims answer us from your anus. You have no gut. He breathed air, and what the air will do? Yes, Moses, he threw the stick, he said, I create for you. Okay, show me where he said, I create. Liars, scam. I create, I design, I make. And you see here, it says even in the translation, I designed for you out of that clay. In fact, in Arabic, it says, akhluq, which means I create. You change the translator because there's a huge difference between I design and I create. The same word in the Quran exists everywhere, mean I create, creation. Even this potato, he said, Allah is the best of the creators. And then he claimed that this is about making computers. So Allah comparing himself to those who make computers. This is how stupid liars they are. Do you see the word I heal him. Who? The one is born blind, not sick. I heal the leper. I raise the dead. Then by Allah leaves. Okay, Allah he leave. If there's any proof of that, no. But the most important is I create. This is our topic. What we are saying the most important. I create for you. I breathe into it. And after the breathe, this clay will become a bird. The Quran says, do you worship the one who cannot even create a fly? A fly. Jesus did not create a fly. As the Quran is saying now, right now as we speak, there's birds flying in the sky made by Jesus. The one who can create a fly is worth of worship. My keyboard keeps switching to English. Oh people, do you worship someone cannot even create a fly? They cannot even get the fly back from them, whatever the fly is snatched from them. So you see the word create is the same used word with Jesus. يخلق خلق. الخلق هو خلق العدم, which means before that moment there was nothing have to do with life. And that's why he's talking about fly, which means giving life. So when Jesus resurrects people, he's giving life. This is another creation. When Jesus, he made mud, he just made mud, and then by the leave of Allah, I breathe into it, which means the life is coming from the breath of Jesus. What air? So what is stupid Muhammad saying? That Allah gave the Messiah the ability to create anything he wants. He gave him permission and he gave him ability. But let us compare. The Messiah said, everything I have is from my Father. Everything I have from my Father. But doesn't mean he did not create. So let us say here, Allah, and forgive me Lord for saying it, Allah is like the Father. And Jesus saying everything given to me from the Father. That will not change anything. Jesus is still the creator. If God now gave me ability to create, well, I'm creator now. He gave me ability. And I created things. I created maybe a chicken or Mohammed. Idiot. This is why the creation is wrong. And when the stupid Quran says, by the permission of Allah, if there is any proof of that, where Jesus said that? Show me. The whole word Allah never mentioned in the Bible. They will say to you the Arabic translation. This is false translation. This is absolutely false translation. Same time, even in the this is stupid translation, you will see that Jesus saying clearly that I am God's son. I have the power over the flesh. I was with you before the world. No salvation but by me. Me and the Father is one. The one who saw me, he saw the Father. What more we want? His disciples said to him, Lord, show us the Father. You keep talking about the Father. Show us the Father. He said to him, I am with you all this time, and you do not know me? The one who saw me, he saw the Father. When the disciple did, he bowed down and worshiped him. And they say to you, where Jesus said, worship me. Coward liars. And now this potato, suddenly Jesus, when he breathed air. He was making a balloon. He had a flat tire. And according to his lies, Moses, he created a snake by breathing to it. And he said, I create. Where? They love to lie. Duct tape. But the important here, by the way, to get Allah busted, or Aka Muhammad, how come Allah could not give Muhammad any of those things? As long Allah gave Jesus the permission for all those things, and Muhammad is, according to Muslims, is the most important man. So how come Muhammad could not do anything? Muhammad have a diarrhea. He could not heal himself. Muhammad, he could faint. He could not heal himself. Muhammad, his children, according to Muslim, they died. He could not resurrect them. His God could not resurrect his children too. Is that correct? I mean, this guy, life full of disasters. He himself, if you see how he died, you will see how horrible it is. He could not heal. For more than 4 years, Muhammad is dying from little poison of a rat. In the case of Jesus, the Messiah is back to life. When the Muslims, they say to you, you cannot kill God. You say, true, you cannot. Here we go, he's back. And when the Muslims, they say Jesus is in heaven, why? Because you cannot kill God, right? The Prophet, in his element in which he died, used to say, O Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar. At this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison. If you ask any Abdul, is death caused by Allah or by man? He says by Allah. Even if somebody kill you, Allah. Okay, why Allah making Muhammad die by poison? Any Muslim can tell us? Why Allah decided to kill Muhammad by poison, as long everything is by the will of Allah, especially death and life? Why Allah caused him to die this way? And the funny is, the same man Muhammad, he said, if you eat 7 ajwa, poison cannot kill you. And Muhammad, he eats 7 ajwa every day. No black magic and no poison. And the funny is, according to Muslims, Muhammad, he was infected by black magic controlled for more than a year. And he died by poison. He's a liar. Is that the power of God or the power of ajwa? Dr. Muhammad exposed his lies. Did Jesus took 7 ajwa to come back to life? Ajwa? Dr. Muhammad. And then different place, Muhammad, he said this. Just to show you how fraud he is. This is why this potato, he claimed that to be Quran only, but the second you ask him to prove it from the Quran only, he changed the topic. Quran only, what a joke. Negla seed is the remedy of every disease. Okay, Muhammad is dying, his children died. You use the negla seed. It is the cure for any disease. Just one seed, the negla seed. If I am you Muslims, I will eat negla seed in the morning, negla seed at noon, negla seed afternoon, and then corona will never affect me. You just get negla seed. Why you go to the hospitals and you put mask and you empty the Kaaba? Just give everybody negla seed. Anyone enter the Kaaba, give him negla seed before he entered the Kaaba. You will all be fine. You have cancer? Take negla seed. You take negla seed, the cancer is gone. Potato. You know? Yeah. You cannot have kids? Take negla seed and go to the bedroom with your wife. Okay, it's not you who sleep with your wife? Give it to your neighbor. Because you need 4 witnesses, as you know. You cannot prove anything. Negla seed. Potatoes. Jesus, he breathed air. He was making a flat tire like full. This is how the Quran is saying, Allah, he breathed. Jesus says, I breathe. Allah said, I breathe. Oh, Jesus is a human, he breathed air. Okay, what this? You say the same as Moses. Moses did breathe into that stick. He put the stick in his mouth. That stick became a snake. I created you, okay, by permission of Allah. Potatoes. By the way, this is between me and you. You know, this is like a long time ago when I was 90 years old. I used to have a problem with the sexual intercourse. I have like at that time, because marriage was cheap, I was marrying and I decided to do jihad and have babies in one night. So I said to myself, I'm going to have sex tonight with 100 women. And brother, very embarrassing. When I went to the bedrooms, I finished only with 40. Hardly like 30, let me remember, to be honest with you. 39 and a half. Don't ask me what the half means. To be honest with you, maybe 41. I don't remember. This is long time ago. And brother, I said to myself, what the heck is that? How I can make baby? How I can do that? And then I invoke my God, Allah. And then he said to me, take negla seed. And brother, by mistake, I took 3 negla seed. Allah told me 1. See, this is what happened to you when you don't listen. I took 1 and I cannot stop. I mean, it is so, I was, man, exhausted. I can't even go to take a break, like I want to go, like just to eat a sandwich, I cannot stop. Three negla seed. Look like Prophet Solomon. He used to have them. I don't know. Do you think I copied this story, which is supposedly me, about Solomon? I don't think so. I think this is what happened to me. Look. The Messenger of Allah said. Where is the rest of the hadith? They took it off. They cut it off. It's gone. Let's see here, this one. Look at this. Today, Prophet Solomon said, I will visit each one of them, my wives. In this hadith, take numbers. Muhammad is very truthful. He had 60 wives. How many? 60. So he said, today I'm going to do boom boom to every one of them. But stupid, he forgot to say inshallah. So he have no problem, like, but he can have sex with 60 wives, all of them in one night. I mean, yeah, at that time men are different, man. Not like today. Like today, hardly a man, he can have sex with 20. At that time, 60. Muhammad the liar, he cannot keep his mouth shut. In different story, he changed the number. So now here is 60. In different story, it says 90. 60 became 90. And then he forgot to say inshallah. So after all effing all night, 90 women, he have half baby. Don't ask me what does that mean. Maybe his 2 legs only came out, which means supposedly disabled. And then here the story says, David, he will say tonight, I will go and do 100 women. Look what it was, 60 and 70 and 90 and now 99 and now 100. But this guy, Solomon, he can have sex with 100 women only? I mean, I'm so disappointed. And he's a prophet of God. How am I going to show my face to my friends now? Tell them, I have a prophet in my book, the Quran. He could not have sex with more than 100 women. That's it. How am I going to speak to my friends? Only 100 women? Muhammad, he tell the story again, the number changed. 60, 70, 90. Each story he made, each time he talked, he changed the number. You don't remember? You don't remember. Look, here it says 70. Do you see it? 70s. So we have 60, we have 70, we have 90, we have 100. All is mentioned by Muhammad and all is authentic. All is what? Authentic. As you see, this is Bukhari. Okay? And this is authentic too. Right? 90. Authentic. How they can be authentic? Each one have different number? Because Muhammad is a fraud. Huh? I'm going to have intercourse with my wives, all of them. All of them. How many? 70. What here? What about here? How many here? Huh? How many? 90. All is authentic. All is the story is authentic. Look. I will have intercourse. And look here, Muhammad, he said, intercourse with 100 or 99. Look, the number changed now. It's not 90. It's 99 or 100. Honesty, honesty. Muslims, what kind of a Muslim prophet you are? They can do boom boom to 100 women in one night? Don't you think this is too little? Only? I mean, Joe Biden can do more. Joe Biden, he went to bed. He came the second day with the Hunter Biden. Easy. You know? That's it. So after doing boom boom to 100 women, he could not have any babies. Why? Because he forgot to say inshallah, which means Allah is willing. See, Allah is not willing. You put your penis in the vagina without permission of Allah. She's his wife, you idiot. Why you have to say inshallah? This is why, remember, if when I spoke to the stupid Mimi Hijab, I said to him, how come you never say inshallah? Many people do not understand really how important this is for a Muslim. Muslims believe if you don't say inshallah, nothing will happen. And that explains why they have no electricity in the Middle East. You call the guy in the electricity company, Assalamu alaikum, brother. Alaikum assalam, alaikum assalam. Who's talking to me? Abdul. All of them are Abdul. You know, remember the name, Abdul. Brother, we don't have electricity for the last 7 weeks. Where is the electricity will come in? Brother, I told you yesterday and the day before it and the day before it, you called me. I said, inshallah, we will fix it tomorrow. What the heck? Inshallah. And now the poor Suleiman, he effed 100 women, but he forgot. Stupid, stupid, disgusting, stupid. How you do that? Aren't you ashamed if you, and you are a prophet of God too? And now what you can explain to your wives after all this boom boom? Our husband was shooting blank. You know what? I am suspecting that the Muslim Suleiman, he was doing it in the wrong location. I don't think even he was doing it in the right place. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I mean, 100 women, not even one of them, she have a baby? Like Muhammad, you know, you have 13 wives. They claim he effed them all, and yet he could not have a baby. He shoot a blank, you know? I remember once, talking about shooting blank, I went to a target practicing. I shot 16 bullets, I think. I forgot how many bullets. But I found, I don't know, I found some extra bullet in my paper. Thanks to the women around me. They are so good in shooting. I look at my paper, I don't know, I have like 21, 23. Let me change the number like Muhammad. 99 bullet, maybe? I said to myself, how in the world I shot only few bullets and I have twice more? And then I look and on my right side and my left side, women are shooting. This is why they say women are dangerous. They might shoot the husband, but the bullet ends in the neighbor. So maybe Suleiman was shooting the wrong place. Maybe he have a very bad vision. Like maybe he, what are you doing, Suleiman? What the heck you are doing? What am I going to tell my friends, my Muslim friends? You forgot to say inshallah. Aren't you ashamed? Hey Muslims, when you drive your car, do you say inshallah? Otherwise the car will not go. So how those Christians, they have sex without saying inshallah and they have babies? Which Jewish man he say inshallah before sex? Jack Shalom? What about the Buddhist? Do you think they say inshallah before sex? I don't know. I'm really, I want to convert to Islam. So today we learned that Jesus, he was breathing air. Do we have any Muhammadan? Who is here first time? Don't forget to subscribe if you are first time. And then after you subscribe, don't forget please to unsubscribe, because I don't like people subscribing to my channel. I'm an Arab, you know, Arab people like that. And if you subscribe to my channel without saying inshallah, okay, you will not be watch my video stories, you know, because simply you don't say inshallah. You have to say inshallah. If you don't say inshallah, you know, what do you expect? Huh? You say inshallah, everything work. Yeah? Listen. So if a Muslim man, he want to have sex with his neighbor, and he don't want her to have a son from him, you know, they are fornicating, you know, so he should not say inshallah, right? So he have sex with her and he don't say inshallah, the woman will never have a baby. I never thought about this. Do we have any Muhammadan? Inshallah. Actually, the word inshallah, it's funny. I will tell you why. Because there's a story of a Jewish man. He taught Muhammad monotheism. You see, those Muslims, they claim that they are monotheists. The fact, the first time Muhammad you heard of it, it was from a Jew. Read with me. The same word, inshallah. Read carefully. Here they say a man, he came to Muhammad, but it's not a man only, he is a Jew. Read with me carefully. Monotheism taught to Muhammad by a Jew, not Allah. It was narrated from Abdullah ibn Yasir, from a woman from Juhayna. The Jew came to the Prophet and said, "You are setting up rivals to Allah and associating others with him." Look at this serious accusation. Muhammad is a mushrik. And then you say, whatever Allah will, which means inshallah, and you will. And you say, by the Kaaba, which means you swear by the Kaaba. So the Prophet, look what happened. He changed his monotheism. He took what the Jewish told him and he changed it. So he said to them, from now on, if you wanted to swear an oath, say by the Lord of the Kaaba, and say whatever Allah wills and what you will, not the opposite. A Jewish man teaching Muhammad, schooling Muhammad, you are worshipping wrong, you are not practicing monotheism. Muhammad, you agree? You see, if Muhammad said to the guy, no, you are wrong, he don't agree. But as you see, Mumu, he took the command of the Jew. The command of the Jew became the command of the Muslims. You see the word command? Who is the one who commanded Muhammad to change the way to say things? A Jew. Muhammad commanded the Muslims. Debate Uthman. Give me her Skype. Uthman, she don't dare to talk to me. She have a diaper. Is that the guy who did not know how to read his Arabic Quran, but he claimed to be sheikh? Oh, he's so cute. Debate Uthman. What potato? Even the Muslims are making fun of him. Look, brother. If you type Uthman, look what the Muslims they say about him. Shocking videos of Uthman ibn Farouk. Those are made by Muslims, not by me. By who? By Muslims. They are dying laughing at his stupidity. You Muslims are laughing at the guy. This is a sheikh. Are you sure? Yes, brother, yes. And he claimed to be a sheikh and he have a master's degree in the hadith. That's deep. That's really deep. Sheikh Uthman. And those Abdul, you know, they are sitting, as usual, they are bashing each other. Look at the, he scared the hell of me.
Has fooled you in believing that he is a great scholar and he has so much knowledge. Just as he's fooled you in that, he is fooling you in terms of his aqidah also. Because he has the Salafi aqidah, calls it the Athari aqidah. Calls it the Athari aqidah. But brothers and sisters, do not be fooled by these words. He is a pure Salafi.
And then they made other videos of him. I mean, there's endless videos actually. Let us see. Hold on. So you mentioned his name, so we have to laugh now. Comedy time. I mean, you Muslims, you help us, big deal. Look at this. Look, brother. This is Sheikh Uthman reading Arabic to the Muslims.
Having said that, many Imam and ulama of the past, for example, Imam al-Nawawi or Ibn Hajar, they made mistakes in tawilat. And if we mention their names in duru,
Yeah. All the sheikhs, all of them, they are wrong. You know, but he cannot even read. He cannot even read this book. Look at those faces. Look, friendly faces. Your friendly neighbor Abdul.
Farouk, who just recently arrived in England to do a little tour, read his SOFYA ideology, and the Jisimi Tashbihi Akida that he brings with him. So it's been about, I'd say about a year or so, about a year and a half ago.
Bashing each other, making fun of each other, laughing at his Arabic. You know, unbelievable. I mean, the guy didn't know Arabic, so just let it go. Potato, he claimed to be sheikh.
على النار يا أيها الناس ما غرك بربك الكريم.
غرك بربك الكريم. What is the name? Look, what is the name of the video? Salafi Uthman ibn Farouk, what a joke. Who made that? Islam Production. That's deep. Very deep. If you Muslim calling him a joke, I will call him what? Watermelon? Ketchup boy? Who wanna call me? Yeah, who wanna call me? But he take Neglecid before he call me. Jesus, he just breathed air. You know, he's a human. He breathed air. He did nothing. His Quran only. You know, the funny thing is that my videos and other channels, they get like, in a few days, they get 60,000, 70,000 views. In my channel, they don't get much. Obviously, YouTube, they are not doing that. Do we have any Abdul? Who's here first time? Let us see how many hours we are here. 4 hours and 14 minutes. Not much. By the way, how long it took Suleiman to have sex with all those women? 100 women. Do you think 2 hours? If you ask me, I mean, 4 hours is too much. He did 100 women in one night. Hold on. Somebody calculate for me. Guys, if the night was 8 hours, how many minutes he need for everyone? I apologize from those who say to me, God bless you, etc. Sorry, I don't answer you because we have things, to keep focusing on the topic. But I see your comment and not ignoring it. So I appreciate you all. You see how nice I am? Do you see how nice I am? Very friendly. Show the video what? That they say if this Farouk was in Pakistan, people would drag him to bazaar and beat him to death. Yeah, in the state he is enjoying the freedom and he can claim whatever he wants in this country. 15 what? 5 minutes and 15 seconds? He's so slow. I'm really disgusted with Suleiman. I used to think about him highly. So this guy, He what? Flying carpet and all of those things, and yet he need 15, he need 5 minutes and 15 seconds for each woman. What a shame. What I will tell my friend. Look like Suleiman, he was a rabbit. You know? With 5 minutes and 15 seconds if he did not take a break. If they are lying up next to each other. And sister died in Iraq. Well, I mean, what you can do. People, they do stupid things. You cannot blame anyone. You know, people are naive. And they go, you know, they bring firework inside the saloon where you do wedding, where it's the roof is made from you know, fabric and plastic. What you can say. Any Muhammadan? How come Muhammad cannot have sex with 100 women in one night? How come Muhammad is short his testicles? Very not good. Right? All right, I think we have enough for today. I hope you guys, did we have a good time? I hope so. Feel free to download my video, share it with your friends. And if you are new, you know, feel free to subscribe. And until I see you again, I hope so, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Tomorrow, you know. We will see. We will see how many views we will have here, you know. Event. If we have a good view, then we can come right away tomorrow. And I hope you guys, you will not miss me very much. Me, myself, I don't miss myself. I'm not sure why. But I think it's a natural thing, isn't it? It's not easy to be me. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's not me. You are wrong, Christian. Look at the Armenian Archbishop in Iran who takes the Quran to church. Alhamdulillah. You know, this guy is not a Christian. He's practicing taqiyya. We have many of those people. Taqiyya people. Those are not Christians. The Bible says, let be curse on the one who bring any other scriptures than this. So if you say to me there's a bishop, whatever he is, I'm not saying you're lying, by the way. We have many false people. The Bible says it clearly, there's false teachers. So let anyone bring other than this scriptures be cursed. The Quran is a false scripture. So anyone he carry it, bring it, try to speak of it as good, he is no Christian and he will go to hell. We here, we get them busted. Why you don't call me and tell me that's, you know, tell me why he is doing right. Is that because the Quran says the Christians are worth of creatures? He take it with him to the church? Are you serious? Not in my church. If a bishop he bring a Quran to the church to praise it, to praise the Quran, we will kick his ass off the church. We will throw him in the trash garbage. He will be fired immediately. We will send him to enjoy the rest of his life teaching the devil how good the Quran. Yeah, no Christian would do that. No Christian. The Bible says it clearly. Who is the Antichrist? Is the one who denied the Son and the Father. So any person claim to be a Christian, he hold the Quran and say this is a book of God, he is supporting the Antichrist book. And the Bible confirmed that. It's not my words. Muhammad, he denied the Father, denied the Son. As simple as that. Yeah, maybe the Quran went to the church to confess its sin. That's a good statement, Predator. Thank you. Yeah. But, you know, the Quran, by the way, according to Muhammad, is a man. He will come in the day of judgment as a pale man. I don't know why he said pale man, which means dead man. Dead man. Do we have any Muhammadan? Last call. Muhammadan, listen. Now I'm tired after talking 4 hours. You can debate me so easy. Do you want to tell me that Jesus was breathing air? He breathed air into the bird. He was making a balloon. All right, guys. I want to say thank you. May the Lord bless you. And I advise you to eat 7 ajwa every day. All right. This way you will stay healthy, like me, smart, and handsome. Especially the last one. I eat 7 ajwa every day. Unbelievable. Like I walk in the street, everybody take the other side. 7 ajwa will keep you so good. I mean, you know, ajwa. And then, but disclaimer, if you die by poison like Muhammad, don't blame me, blame Muhammad. If black magic plays on you like Muhammad, don't blame me. Muhammad, Dr. Muhammad says that. So ajwa. 7 ajwa. 7. Hey Muslims, what is the secret of number 7? Why not 6? What if we ate 7.5? You know what? In fact, I have date in front of me. Here. I don't know if you can hear the sound. They are not really, they are not ripe yet. I have a case of date. Yeah. 7, 7, why 7? It's a magical number. Ah, Jesus in the Bible says 7. Then he said 70, we copy it. And then he said 3, we copy it. I mean, whatever the Bible says, we copy the numbers, put it in the Quran, and we make it in special numbers. So Muhammadan, I will leave you for 7 hours and come back to you with 7 ajwa power. And now all of you understand why I'm so strong and I don't get tired so easy. And even my voice, look, speaking all those hours, my voice still the same. If you speak for 2 hours, you will lose your voice. I speak 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours. Ajwa, 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 brother. Ajwa and necklace seed. But I avoid necklace seed. Necklace seed is for boom boom, you know? Yeah, and I take necklace seed, homeboy, you know? I mean, you can do miracles with the necklace seed. That's a different story. We cannot go to that level now because many of you are under the age, you know? Yeah, necklace seed, yeah, necklace seed. Just remember, I'm going to delete this hadith actually from the book because many of you now, Allah knows best what you will do at night. How many of you will go right now to Amazon searching for necklace seed to order it after what I told you? Just be honest. How many ladies now, they will go and buy necklace seed to their husband? Oh, my husband, he sleeps so early. Honey, are you there? You want to like, you know, we don't have a son, by the way. Oh, we don't? Yeah, we don't. We don't have a son. So, okay, you know, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Listen, husband. I heard Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said, if you take 1 necklace seed, you can do miracles. Oh, really? I can do miracles? Yes, I can do miracles. Okay. Would be nice if I can change you and make you look better. Husband, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about something else. Oh boy. I cannot answer you. Allah is not God. What you said? We have a Muslim here said, Christian Prince, you cannot answer me. That's deep. When a Muslim, he says that, that's deep. Abdul, the funny is your name, and you are talking about answering you. Did Allah answer you? Did Allah answer Muhammad when he died by poison? What do you think? Huh? As you see, your prophet, he died from poison. Do you think Muhammad was saying to himself, why? Why, Allah, why? Why you made me die like this? By bright poison? And then the answer came to Muhammad in the Quran. What was the answer? Is the following. Read with me. If Muhammad fabricated Quran, claiming it is from us, which means Allah, I will cut his artery. Who? Yes, Allah said that. Chapter 69, verse number 46. If he invented false saying concerning us, we assuredly had taken him by his right hand and then severed his life artery. Depending on the translation, cut his artery, severed his life artery, whatever artery you want. Muhammad in the hadith, because he's an idiot, he said, "O Aisha, I'm dying. At this moment, I feel like my artery is being cut off." Read and love. Oh. It's exactly what the Quran said. It's a miracle. If Muhammad fabricated anything on us, Allah will cut his order. And then the answer from Allah came, brother. And Muhammad died exactly like that. What do you think? No, Muhammad did not predict his own death. No, that's not what happened. I believe this donkey is a donkey. He said this statement when he was healthy. You know, that if he is fabricating, Allah said to me, if I'm fabricating, because people are accusing him of fabrication, Allah said to me, if I'm fabricating, he will cut my artery. And I believe my Lord, he caused him to end in such a way and to say what he said. To confirm to the idiots who they are slow with their IQ. But what do you want more as a proof? The guy, he said it clearly. As God told him, if he is lying, this is how he will die. And he died exactly as he said. You see, CP, people love you. Where's the people who love me? I don't see them. Christian Prince, someone unmembered, these, an ex-Muslim, now a follower of Christ, want to call you. Is that possible? Well, my friend, I'm not taking call from Christians. All right. Maybe some other time if we have time. Were you finished with the turtle? Oh, this guy, it took us 5 minutes to finish him. He was making fun of the Quran. He's an idiot. All right, guys. You see, I said I'm leaving an hour ago. You see what you do to me? It's your fault. We stuck with the artery of Muhammad now. And hey, Muslims, this is a prophet of God, 7 Ajwa Naglasid. The guy is dying. The hadith says even Muhammad, he keeps fainting every few minutes. Every few minutes. If I go right now, here we go, we open a new topic. What I'm going to go, you guys, what do you do to me? What do you do to me? Faint. The Prophet fainted. We are typing the wrong language. What's wrong with this Prophet? The Prophet keep fainting. The fainting Prophet. Look at this. This is a Prophet of God. What has been narrated concerning the prayer of the Messenger SAW during his sickness? What sickness? The Messenger of Allah fainted when he was sick. And then he woke up and he said, has the time of the prayer come? He said, okay, yes. He said, okay, tell Bilal to call for Adhan. And then he's here, and then he fainted again. What the heck? Read the story. It's funny, it's dummy. The Prophet, he fainting, wake up, fainting, wake up, fainting, wake up, and then at the end he died after 4 years. More than 4 years of suffering. Even the Christians of Palestine are fighting for the Muslims, not for the kingdom of Jerusalem. The kingdom of Jerusalem has failing. My friend, I don't know. I saw the king of Saudi Arabia kissing the ass of the Jews. And Abdul, the kingdom of God in Christianity is not in a city. The kingdom of God is going to be the new Jerusalem, which means the land of peace, where people live in peace and there's no Abdul who believe in killing others and hatred. Way to Jesus, my friend. Your prophet, he predicted the coming of Jesus in the corner. He said, almost Jesus is here. That was 1400 years ago. How we know false prophet? From false prophecy. He claimed that Jesus is going to land now, hold. The Yushikna, in Arabic, Yushikna mean what? Is like almost here, like not only behind the door. The Muslim translation says soon. You see it? But this is not soon. This is very, very soon. False prophet. Liyushikna. So Abdul, we laugh at you. Same time, when the Muslims they talk about Jerusalem, I mean, this is the place where your prophet he went there. And now it's in the land of the Jews. What you can do about it? Instead of doing jihad, all your kings is kissing the ass of the Jews one by one. King Abdullah. What king? Those are made by the rich intelligent. Emirat, Bahrain, Kuwait, now Saudi Arabia, just wait. All of this because the Shia are eating you. You know what? Honestly, I would love to see the Shia controlling all those Muslim Sunni countries. And I believe it's going to happen soon. If you look at the map now, you will see Syria controlled by the Shia. Iraq. Sunni in Lebanon, nobody even count them. They have no weight. Yemen. Oman. Even in Saudi Arabia, the number of Shia is growing so fast. Even in Libya, even in Morocco, if you go right now and check about videos about Shiaism spreading between Muslims, you will not believe it. This is why you see the Sunni now, They are really terrified of the Shia. You see, that's why they are holding hands with Israel. Not because they love the Jews, but the Shia are coming. And when the Shia come, the Muslim Sunni run. You love my view of politics? I don't give a view, really. Let's say I report reality. It's not a view. Yesterday, Muhammad was born? Really? I mean, this guy, he is born sometime in December, sometime in November, sometime in October, sometime in February. All of this because of one verse in the Quran. Anyone remember? Which verse? Do you know why the Muslim calendar is very, very stupid? Muhammad, because he want to make himself like he's not copying others, because people accuse him he's copying. So he decide to come with something new, brother. What is that? Well, I'm not going to fix the calendar. The Arab, they used to fix the calendar. They copy that from the Jews. When you use the lunar calendar, you have to fix it. Otherwise, it's wrong. Otherwise, November will come in December, and December will come in January, and January will come in July. That's why if you check the birth of Muhammad, you will find it change every few years. Every year, actually, not every few years. But like the big difference will be found like after 5 years. So every day, every year, there's 10 days different. All of this because of this verse. Chapter 9, verse number 37. The Arab, they add days to the year to fix it to the calendar. So the month of July will stay July, and the month of August will stay August. Muhammad, he come with this stupid statement. And now they cannot fix the calendar. Messed up. So now July come in December. And the cycle of changing time keep going. So Muhammad sometime is born in July. Sometime he's born in November. Sometime it is February. And he claimed that if you change the calendar, fix it, you are a kafir. Genius. That's why we find Islam is very laughable. All right, this time I'm leaving. Don't even try. You post comment, you don't paste comment, you tell me I love you, we love you, that will not work with me. I'm warning you. Oh, Allah, he made a comment. Christian Prince, it is sad that no Christians remember Constantine, the kingdom of Jerusalem, and everyone help Muslims. My friend, I don't know who is the one crying. Say free Palestine, not us. And don't worry about Constantinople. If you go right now and check in Turkey how many Muslims left, you will see there's nobody Muslims. Just go type in YouTube, night life in Turkey. Hold on, I'm not going to do that. That will hurt your feeling. I will go, brother, to an Islamic TV in Turkey. Yes, brother. This is how the Muslims do da'wah in Turkey. Islamic missionary. I don't want to say to you that I am jealous. Don't take me wrong. But brother, this is the one who come with the scientific miracle of the Quran. Sheikh Harun Yahya. That is the real missionary religion. Man, Beautiful. Those are his admins, not like mine. Oh boy. Oh boy. And this guy was praising him, you know. Oh boy, look at this. That is religion. That is religion. This is Turkey, brother. Turkey. This guy, his TV station open for half century, and nobody noticed until he speak against Erdogan. Suddenly, he is evil. Suddenly, he is in jail. Brother, I changed my career. I'm going to go to Islamic Turkey TV station, and I want to be a Muslim preacher. Under one condition, all those girls will be working with me in the missionary. No comment. Thank you all for being here. Time to do a Muslim missionary now for me. Excuse me. I'm getting busy in Turkey. It is a Muslim country. Yes, it's true. Thank you. Don't worry about Constantinople. We will take it back. You see, Jerusalem was lost for 2,000 years. We have it back. Constantinople, we will take it back. Just wait. Even your stupid prophet, he's... Oh, you know what? Guys, look at this. Look what you just said. Just to show you why Muslims don't dare to call me. Let us say I will go with you. Don't run. Stay. Huh? Just wait. This is what he said. I just copy your text. That's it. You cannot say anything. You're a prophet, he said, prophesying that the time will come and the majority in the world, they will be the Roman. You ask the Muslims, who are those Roman? They say to you, the Christian. The stupid Muhammad, he think the Roman, they will be the majority of men. He's a true prophet. He's a true prophet, brother. I mean, how he knew? The Roman, they will become the majority of mankind in the judgment day. That must be... Okay, must be a true prophet. Hold on, where the hadith? Where the hadith? Hold on. Okay, hold on. الروم أغلب Look how many hadith about the Roman. Hold on. Let me find the exact hadith. Now he will say, my prophet, he make poo-poo. I agree. And remember, that will happen in the time of the hour, which means that's it. The majority of mankind, they will be the Roman. According to Muslims, he meant the Christians. But this is very stupid. I mean, the Roman at that time, actually, they have in their army all kind of people. Not everybody is Christian. But let us see. Yeah. This is my gift for you, Mr. Allah Potato. And then now you will know that if your prophet truly is a prophet, Constantinople and Mecca will be in our hand. In fact, your prophet, he said, in the day of judgment, only dogs will attend the Kaaba and they will pee around it. But read with me here. I heard Messenger of Allah saying, the last hour would come when the Roman form the majority among the mankind. This is what? This is the hour. You ask any Muslim, what do you mean by the Roman? The stupid Muhammad, he think the Roman will stay the same. You know? They say, no, he meant the Christians. Okay, we go with it. the Christians in the day of judgment, they will be the majority of mankind. And the Muslim will be the minority. But you don't believe me? Read the title in my page. Go to my page, YouTube page. Your prophet said, Islam will go back like a snake going inside its hole. And faith between Muslims will not be exist no more. I can show you tons of hadith. Anyway, victory by the Lord, and the Lord is our victory. And you might take a land today, but you lost your soul tomorrow. And even the land you will lose. Just look around you. You have no more land. Nothing. In fact, you are a slave of everybody. You are kissing the ass of the Chinese now. Who is next? Who is next? Power and money worshippers. Your money cannot save you. See you soon. God is good. And remember, the Roman will be the majority among the people. Prophet Muhammad is to discover how big Italy is. See ya.